Hello, everybody, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. I don't have any major announcements for the week. One thing I do want to state is there will be some interesting things happening during this session. You don't need to call out that like it's weird or it doesn't make any sense or whatever. This has been discussed between player and DM. We're all happy with it, and this is how our game is going to be run. But I just want to let you all know that it's like a homebrewed choice. And how you run your table is how you run your table. So you are welcome to do it however you would like at your own table. But this is how I've chosen to run this game, as I invest in story, not in stats and gameplay in that sense. So just wanted to put that out there so that no one like yells in the chat and is like, "Wait, that's not allowed." Anything's allowed in D&D as long as you're all cool with it. So have fun at your own table and you do you. So just wanted to put that out there, let you all know. I know exactly what's going on. I know what's happening, and I'm fine with it. So cool. So I think that's everything. So we're just going to jump right on in to this wacky adventure and get into tonight's session of Roll for Damage. Okay, let me just get some music up on in here, and then we can get started. Okay. All right. So, last we left off, the group had finally made their way to Melora's temple. And upon visiting, had met with a few of the gods, but mainly Melora herself, with Bane overseeing. And Quinn was sent to go through the trials required to see who he really was and what path he would ultimately walk. Initially, the trials were for him alone, but eventually his group was brought to him, and they were all given a task to get a seed of life from a creature further in the forest. Attempting to do so, the group initially tried to entreat with the creature and did no harm to it. but were unable to figure out the mechanism by which to get this seed. And upon attempting to displace it with levitation magic, the creature grew upset and began to attack. The group tried to find a way to damage or stop the creature, realizing that none of their abilities seemed to be having any effect. And eventually, after being harmed to a point where they knew that they would lose the battle, decided to fall back, regroup, and see if they could figure out a better way to handle this trial. Upon their regrouping, luckily able to get all of their friends together without losing anyone, they were met with both Bane and Melora, asking Quinn if he had had enough, that they had used so much in the battle, and if he understood that likely the mechanism would not be found, even heading back in, and would only end in their destruction as a group. And perhaps the best thing was to realize that and learn from it. Quinn agreed and was taken on a walk with Melora, while the rest of the group were taken back to wait for their friend. And Quinn was shown that his path was not with her, and perhaps lied with Bane or in another direction, and that it was up to him to choose who he wanted to be and who he saw himself as, and that the man that he was not a disappointment, and that he had to learn to own up to his own choices and who he is. And so she left him with that knowledge and with time to make that choice and decide what path he wanted to walk for himself. Leaving him to head back to the group, they all found themselves back in the main area after giving and gifting Quinn an artifact of hers, knowing that his group and he would need it to continue their journey. And as they meet back up within the temple, that is where we pick up. So, Shields of Twilight. What would you like to do?
Sleep would be nice.
Where have we left off in relation, like where we were leaving the temple? Or
so I don't know what you're doing, but right now you're like literally in front of that throne that you would see Melora sitting on with
that's what I was
you were in that main area. The doors that you had gone through are now shut behind you, those stone doors, and there's still that entrance to the outside to leave the temple in front of you.
And Quinn came out from his
you all met up at basically the same time. He came out the other door, you came out one door, and you're back in the central chamber.
Okay. Is there, when Asmodeus was there, was there like any iconography that would suggest like a door leading to his place or something like that, or did he just like poof out of thin air, nothing left behind?
He poofed.
Okay.
Also, there were just the two doors, weren't there?
There was just the two doors. There's the door on the left, the door on the right, and then the raised sort of platform with the throne. And when both Asmodeus and Ayun walked out, or walked away, they kind of walked past you and then just fizzled out of existence.
Yeah, I was just curious if there was like something that looked like...
And it wasn't even a spell. Like, they didn't even speak. There was no verbal component to what they did. They just...
No. I was just wondering if there was, like, any sort of iconography showing, like, all these places that might be connected or something.
There's the only iconography that you see here in this temple are various iconography of, like, nature. Like, if you take a moment to actually look around the temple, like, on some of the pillars and some of the sides, you'll see carvings of, like, waves. You'll see carvings of like vines and trees.
Okay.
You'll see like earth, sun, those kinds of things. This is purely a temple, and just thinking of where you are, and this seems like a very prominent temple to the Wildlight and to her and her domain.
Okay.
And not the other gods were just there because they seem to be having a conversation in this place at the time. But this does not seem to have any iconography in regards to any of.
Yeah, I was just curious if this was like their group text.
No, this is 100% a temple to Melora, and you know that from the Jilrah explaining that they were here to guard this place.
He's just looking for the woods from Nightmare Before Christmas, where there's like a bunch of different doors leading to a specific thing. Like, sorry, you don't get to bust into what's this right now. Don't get us copyright strike, man. Shush.
Quinn, how you find what you need? Get what you came for? How we doing?
You actually know that the name of this place is the Arbor of Dawn. That's the temple name that the elder gave you.
Dope name.
It's in my notes.
Yeah, I think I have that in my notes.
I might. I don't know. Quinn has to answer a question now. I don't know how he's going to answer it. Quinn sort of looks around, like just looks at everybody, takes a look around the temple itself.
Yeah, and you all see Quinn holding this shield in his hands because you have nowhere really to put it.
Mm-hmm.
But you see this like twine and vine wrapped wooden sort of shield that he is carrying with him as he steps out of the door.
I got to have a conversation. Got some questions answered, and I got this as well. So I suppose it's a net gain, if anything. Yeah, why? How are you?
A little down. I feel like I can't speak for everyone else, but I feel like personally I let you down just a bit back there.
I wouldn't put any of that on anybody but me. I mean, I'm the one who went into the other trials the way I did, handled them the way I did, and had I, really learned something from them, I probably would have had a better idea what to do in that last one with that weird plant thing. So I wouldn't put that on yourself. Well, anyway.
But you've learned something now, at least.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a loss.
No, it was not. And just had something confirmed for me that I think I already knew. But hearing it from the source I heard it from, it makes it more of an absolute. Anyway, we should probably go so we can, see about this. Hold up the shield, and also maybe go someplace where we can lie down. Some of us can stop bleeding so much.
Did she give that to you?
No, I bought it in the gift shop. Yes, she gave it to me. Where else did you think I would have got it?
Oh, that's just one thing.
There's a lovely dollar store back around in the corner. That's where I picked it up.
What's the dollar?
Currently, Campion is really just like looking, trying to peer at this shield, man.
Campion.
You look at it, and it's
he's looking at it.
Interesting.
Really looking at it. Yeah.
I want to say this. I don't want you to take it the wrong way. I say it with caring in my heart. If you lick this, I will punch you right in the face.
Can I sniff it?
Campion.
I mean, you see it as a thorn-covered oaken shield bound together with rivets of yew and sprigs of mistletoe.
Does all your senses have to be involved in this scientific process?
He's a very sensory learner.
Does that help you learn things about things?
Yes. because I think people only look at things at face value.
And you look at them at
Right.
taste value?
Exactly.
Okay.
He's gonna start flicking through his lenses and do detect magic. Cast detect magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sarath is gonna screw with him again.
It
Oh
is
shit!
very-
Wait. Oh,
No,
'cause we're
is
still
it?
in the
No.
waiting, right?
They're,
Okay,
none of the
got
gods
you.
are there.
Okay,
It is
cool.
very magical.
It's like blindingly magical.
Blindingly magical.
It's like ah!
I would have warned you about that, but I decided
You can
to
tell
not.
it is an object
Oh.
of immense power, though that power is slightly dimmed right now. Not in any way that makes it unusable or anything like that,
Yeah.
but you can tell that there is something about this that is very divine and heavily.
Can I guesstimate that if this shield's not in its final form, like there's something missing with it?
You know nothing about final forms.
It hasn't hit Super Saiyan level 5.
It's not Frieza.
You know nothing,
You
Campion
just
Snow.
know that it you can sense a power in it.
Yeah.
And it is right now just you get a sense that there is more to it than you can initially see.
Okay, got you. Okay.
What that means, you don't know.
Cool beans.
But you get that same sense off of Baltaim's sword as well.
Got you. Okay, cool.
I can't help but wonder if this sort of reaction is common for you, Campion, when you investigate things without really thinking them through.
What?
Well, I imagine your tendency to taste things, if you stumbled across something that was poisonous and put it in your mouth, that it probably would attribute a similar result, no?
Well, shield's not poisonous, so.
But you did just wince as if looking directly into the sun.
Yes, the magic radiation was blinding. I mean, I wouldn't put like poison ivy in my mouth, you know.
I would take even bets on that for or against, to be completely honest. But either way, we can look more into this when we're in, I suppose, different surroundings, and we may want to go on back and let the people know that we've finished our business in their sacred place. And,
Right. About that, where is back? I kind of had I tripped on my way here, and then
Yeah,
like
kinda
I was just
altered.
here.
Yeah, I mean, where exactly is here?
I think maybe if we just sort of walk out the door, we might be able to figure it out. It could be we're just literally down just like 100 yards away and had no idea that that's only the distance we came, or maybe it's some sort of magical teleportation thing, just sort of pop back where we were. I haven't the foggiest, but I'd love to find out.
I'm gonna look for the way we came in originally.
Yeah, you see it. It's there. There's a big archway and
Yeah, I'm gonna go through the archway.
Okay, so you guys all head to exit the temple.
Yep.
Yeah, Quinn's going to be the last one to leave.
Okay. Are you doing anything specific?
Yes, I am. Once everybody else has gone through the arch, Quinn's going to hang back just long enough to get out of earshot, and just sort of, turn around, just look at the place again, look over towards the throne, and then just, touch the holy symbol around his neck. Just, thank you. I'll take what you said to heart. And then exit.
Okay. All right. As you exit the temple, you see Ochre standing at the bottom of the stairs. And he seems to be waiting to guide you back to the village.
And see, I told you, we walk out and we'd figure out how we got to wherever it is, or someone would know where we are. Hi, how did we get to here, and which way is back?
He smiles as you all come down and turns and begins walking to the jungle ahead. And he keeps looking behind him for you all to follow.
I'm following him like a
yeah.
lost toddler in a theme park, just like
Yep.
off I go.
Well, Here goes.
As you do, the terrain gets confusing, and your minds become cloudy for a moment. Before you find yourself safely back within the edges of the Grove of Life. You try to think about how you got through the jungle from the temple to the village, but your mind is unable to remember the path or even understand the direction that you took.
Well,
Well, that's a neat trick.
Make
And-
it pretty hard to get into there.
As you
That's
step in,
If that's the point.
Ochre turns to you and he says, well, now you are members of the Jilrah, so you are free.
well.
Come and go as you please. You have performed all the rites and met with the Wild Light, so the hut is still yours. We will have a feast tonight to celebrate your victory.
Huh.
And you can recover here. And maybe speak to the elder in the morning.
That sounds lovely. Thank you.
He just nods and steps away from you and kind of walks into the village as you see no one is really paying you any mind anymore. You're kind of free
Cool.
to do what you wish.
So, but now we're
And it's
Oshidin?
getting to about evening time at this point. You can see they're starting to get things ready around like a large fire in the center of the village, where you see they're beginning to set out tables and cookware, and you see a beast of some sort that has been skinned and is like on a spit, and they're getting ready to set the fire and get ready to cook it.
Cool. I suppose we got a bit for the feast is on. I don't know, maybe want to get settled, or Oriana, you can, and you're just going to hold the shield up towards it. Do the thing.
You're muted, so
Yeah,
no
you're
one
muted.
can hear you.
Sorry.
That's
I-
better.
You know, I was waiting to ask. I didn't want to seem overly zealous, but
Yes, consent is.
I
important.
don't get to use this very often, and I'm going to pull out the pearl.
That's
Quinn,
a blatant lie. You use
Quinn,
it all the time.
I will say you already know exactly what the shield does.
Oh well, then never mind. I'm
You
not
have
gonna-
the knowledge.
But Oriana
I don't
wants
ask
the
that. No, it's too late.
knowledge.
It's too late. It's too
The
late.
redundancy.
No,
It's too late.
Quinn, please.
No,
I
I
don't
think
think
no. I retconned the thing I said.
I mean,
no
when
longer said
Lauren
it.
gave it to you and handed it over, she told you it was an artifact, and she would have given you the knowledge of what that artifact.
Ah.
Then
Cool.
never mind. Oriana gets nothing. This pleases me greatly. I'm a petty jerk. Anyway,
Oriana puts the pearl in her hands, kind of looks sad and forlorn.
She can still do it.
nah.
He's not gonna let me.
No, I'm really not.
Yeah,
I'm
so
terrible.
you know the proper.
That's okay. I'll wait until the long rest.
Mhm.
So what are you guys up to?
I mean, that's a good question. What are we up to?
Are you doing anything, or are you just going to pass the
Um,
night like eating and drinking and?
I would go and see if I could help with the feast. Like if I could help with any of the preparations or anything, make myself useful.
Okay, yeah, you head off and begin speaking with some of the villagers, and they welcome you in and explain to you how to help them get the feast set up for the rest of the village. They get you to help with getting the fire ready, getting ready to help like carve the meat with them and stuff like that. So you're kind of like pulled into doing that.
Yeah, Perry's right at home doing all this sort of thing, so she just sort of like falls in step.
I would
Um,
like to find somebody who looks like they know a lot of the like village stories and try and learn some of their stories.
Okay. Yeah, you kind of head off to one of the. You actually see someone entertaining some of the children, speaking to them as they're all kind of like sitting in the grass, and you see that they're like building or making kind of like necklaces out of like twine and flowers and things like that. And you can kind of go over there and sit in and kind of learn some of the some of the culture of the village. And basically what you start to hear is just an understanding of the land around, how they came to kind of settle in this part of the jungle, as was told to them by the Wild Light, uh, and how sort of the magics of her natural aura and the area have kept them protected, and kind of how they've learned to hunt and stay safe from predators in the area. So you kind of like learn a little bit about that.
I'll be writing all of that into my big tome, not my pocketbook, my tome.
When they see you writing all of this, the person telling the story would just look up and look to you and say, I hope that is for personal enjoyment.
Sorry, is that
Well,
I'll
we
stop writing.
guard one of the most important temples to the Wild Light herself, and we stay protected because of the magics we're talking about. So if you take that out into the wider world and tell everyone about it, we're not so protected, are we?
No, I understand. Sorry, I just I'll take the page and I'll tear it up.
You are a part of our people now. What you take out is a representation of us as well. And should you release that knowledge, you do harm to us as you would do harm to your own. Keep that in mind.
I apologize. I did not mean.
No, it is a learning lesson. It is why I am giving you this knowledge now, so that you understand how we have thrived as a people, how we are still here, how we came to be, and how we hope to continue.
I understand. My apologies. I will not. I will keep it within my own mind.
Good.
Have I seen Oshidin with like tribal like markings or anything?
Yeah, you see most of them have tattoos of some sort. Just generally just the very young children that are probably like under 16 or so. You generally don't see any markings on them. It seems to be a part, like what you'd gather just from understanding is at a certain point in their growth, that is when they are officially sort of old enough to become active members of the village, whereas once they were children and protected by the village, past a certain point, they are expected to become protectors and become integrated into the ways of life, whether that be hunting, gathering, constructing, defending, like any sort of those kind of jobs. Past a certain age, they are kind of considered adults and part of helping survival versus being coddled and protected.
Okay. Can I see if I can... maybe I should ask Okir. Probably ask Okir if there's like any way maybe I could get something. Okir, yeah, if I could get something done while I'm here, or...
Yeah, you turn to him and he says, you wish to help the village?
I think I'm a person about creating bonds with people. I think it'd be a nice representation of...
what are your interests?
That's a loaded question.
I love this.
I haven't really had time to think about my interests. I've been more thinking about the interests of others, you know.
Well, to bond with someone, you have to have something in common. Or you should. Otherwise, you'd seem quite disinterested.
What do people usually get tattoos for?
That is a part of becoming an adult and understanding the ways of the Oshidin here. It is probably not what you would wish to do here. You are a part of our tribe now through your success in your trials, but appropriating culture is probably not your best bet.
That's fair.
Man, y'all two getting told. This is great.
Get woke, Baltaim. Get woke. I mean, you could have asked Perry about like tribal markings and whether it was appropriate or not.
He doesn't know. He's finding out.
No, and he's just letting you. He's not.
Yeah.
He doesn't seem upset or anything of that.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
trying to just guide you in the sense of like, that's probably not the best way to bond, is to ask someone if you can have a tribal tattoo of theirs. He does say, if you are interested, each person's markings as meaning. You could find someone who you are interested in their origins and how they were marked and ask them their story. It is a way to bond if you are actually interested, though.
All right. I guess I probably should have asked Perry a little bit before just assuming something about markings. I figured there was something to relate to what y'all would do, but they know they had a deeper meaning.
Of course. Your friend Peregrine has not told you about her origins.
I don't believe so. I mean, I know a little bit about her, but not. I haven't necessarily asked.
This is interesting. You fight for one another. You would die for one another, but you do not know one another.
Well, for me at least, I don't have to know someone fully to fight and die for them.
Do you not?
I know her heart's in the right place. I know that. That's good enough for me.
Perhaps, but if she fell, do you know who to tell? Do you know where to take her remains? Do you know what to do with her?
Oh, damn.
Would you know how to pay respects to her? You seem like a man who finds that of importance, and yet you say you do not know these things. Curious, Mr. Baltaim.
I'll admit there's a lot more things I should know about people I travel with. I think we'll learn that.
Perhaps then those are the bonds you should be looking to create this eve.
Thank you.
Of course. Enjoy the feast. You deserve it.
Perry's doing.
Yeah,
She's doing what?
she's busy right now.
She's busy,
I mean,
right?
you
She's
could
wondering
go
about the
bother
feast.
her, but she looks like she's kind of in the middle of like you look over at like the main sort of bonfire. They're getting it already set up, and you see her kind of like running around with other members of the village, kind of getting things set up and helping them get things ready. You'll occasionally see her helping twine together some kind of like jewelry and necklaces and things like that seem to be customary to wear during this time. You see her helping like set decorations on some of the huts and things like that. Like she's running around, so you could stop her if you wish. But she does seem quite busy.
Yeah, Baltine does like to. Nah, I shouldn't.
Okay. So you kind
I'll
of
just rest and people probably convene at night.
yeah, you find your own sort of quiet corner, maybe to just observe. Anyone else?
No,
sorry,
you're
go
good.
on.
No, you're.
I was just
first, sir.
I was just gonna say I would probably see if there's like anything I could do to help whether it be like carry things or I'm not exactly skillful in what they're doing, but
Yeah,
I can at least
you ask
offer
and
services.
yeah, you ask, and some of the larger members of the tribe like get you to help them bring out like the tables, set everything up. They also bring you sort of along on some of their scouting around the village just to make sure that everything is secured in preparation for the feast tonight, as they tend to trust in their wards and the things that they have to allow a lighter guard for the at least feast portion of the evening, so that people can participate and take part in it, as this seems to be important to them. And so they kind of take you around on that kind of tour of duty, and you take part in that, helping some of the trade off.
Okay.
Quinn?
Yeah. Quinn is going to at first try to go and help with stuff, but it's that thing where I don't know if anybody else has had this problem, or if it's just me, because I'm extremely socially awkward in front of actual people that aren't on the internet. Where you sort of like go up in the direction of a group of people and you just sort of like stand there, not figuring out exactly how to go and get any closer, because you don't know like what you're supposed to start doing or saying. Like, just try that for a minute. But then he's going to just completely veer off and try to head just somewhere deeper into the village on his own. Because he's
not
just
a huge village, but you can find like a quiet place of contemplation, where you can just kind of still be in a safe place, but not be around too many people. As most of the village is congregating in the center to try and get things ready for this feast.
Cool. So as soon as he can find a place that's just, at least a presentable distance away from where the feast prepper is happening, Quinn has been just sort of holding everything in as much as possible since the whole conversation with Melora. And
I assume you guys also dropped all of your stuff off like in the hut, so that you're not like carrying.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
So okay.
Yeah.
Like you're not just carrying the shield around in your hands, like I
turned it over and I'm gonna serve drinks later. It's just
Yeah. So I assume you guys like put your stuff in the hut and are just
mojito.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you go find this quiet corner and
But yeah, Quinn's just basically been holding it together as best he can and holding everything back just by pushing down, not thinking about stuff, not thinking about what she said about how everybody he's ever known is basically dead and never coming back. He has only one piece of family left in the world anymore. He is now homeless, and all of this just starts building up in his head until he just, as soon as he finds a place that he can actually be to himself, he just falls to the ground and just starts crying and just punching the dirt and just wailing. And he does that for a good long while before eventually just being completely empty of any emotion he has left. And then much, much later, he wanders back to the feast.
Well, as you kind of come out of your sense of sadness, you watch as a young child, looks to be male, but strange because it has feline leonine features.
Neat.
Walks over to you quietly as you're kind of like rubbing your face from the tears, and quietly holds out in front of you a tiny little white flower. just presents it.
Cool. I will take that flower and then just sort of find a place on the armor just to tuck it.
Okay, you do
So
that, and then the child just quietly turns, sits next to you, and just curls around his knees and stares out.
Okay. I'll just. So I haven't even gotten up yet, so I'll just stay about where I am, but just sort of like drop back on, sitting crisscross on the ground. I was like, thanks for the gift. I appreciate it. It's a lovely flower. You going to that feast?
The child just opens his hand and takes yours in both of his and just holds your hand. Doesn't acknowledge you, kind of looks up to you, but then just continues quietly to stare out as he just warmly holds your hand.
Okay. Quinn is just going to sit there and accept this because it's a better feeling than he had literally 1 minute ago. So.
And he does for a few moments before he kind of turns back to you. Again, no words, and just wipes the tears from your cheeks and looks at you with a nod and stands up and holds his hand out to you.
Okay. I will also stand up and then grab the small child's hand.
He will walk you back to the center of the village.
Cool.
Sit beside you at a table as the feast is being prepared to get ready.
Awesome. I dig this kid.
I'll tackle this one.
Anyone else, Campion? You doing anything? You're just kind of chilling in the hut?
Yeah, man. Campion's just chilling right now, reading his herbalism book, man.
Okay.
Campion doesn't like people, man.
Yeah,
No, he likes these people that are just literally us, but everybody else, they're like...
He doesn't like, the outside middle of nowhere, mosquitoes. Yeah, just the rural areas. Yeah,
he's a city boy.
Campion's bold boy.
You are sitting and reading your book, but you do notice as you kind of look out of the sort of vines and twine that makes up sort of the doorway, a few of the children running around with Greybone playing with him as he kind of acts like a normal dog as they play some sort of twine wrapped ball as they throw it to him and get him to kind of catch it and sort of run around with him, having fun as they are waiting for the feast to be ready.
Oh, okay, cool. I can just see this from the vibe.
Yeah, as you look up, you hear the metal moving because he is not exactly he's not
silent,
super quiet.
Exactly.
He is made. He's not made of flesh and bone and fur. And so you do hear this occasionally, and you kind of look up, and it kind of brings you a sense of nostalgia of who Greybone represents.
Mm-hmm.
But you go back to your reading, and as the night carries on, the feast is presented to you all. You're all called out, given a warm welcome by the elder and the rest of the village as part of the Jilrah tribe, told that you're welcome back at any time, and given a congratulations on your journey to get access to the Arbor of Dawn and your meeting with the Wild Light. And you are given sort of these wreaths of flowers, almost like leis, around your necks, and you are generally just allowed to have conversation and a good meal with the rest of the village as the night carries on. There are some songs sung, some sort of like an interesting sort of drum-esque instrument that they've kind of made. There are a couple of like flutes and woodwinds that they've been able to create and carve from the organic materials that they have around them, and some light music. And eventually the tables are moved away and sort of a dancing area is left, and there's some dancing to be had as you all revel and are able to calmly enjoy a night where there is no danger. Just you see a happy village of people enjoying life.
How nice are the flutes?
Actually, quite nice. They seem to have been carved well and played well. It's an interesting type of music that you've not really ever heard before.
Could I try and join in with them and kind of like try and pick up on the chords and things?
Go ahead and make a
can...
performance.
Okay, so this roll means nothing. So that means I'm still on whispers. Oops.
Okay.
24.
Yeah. You start to kind of like play along and try to like learn the tempo and the way that the music is. And it takes a moment, and a couple of them come over to you and give you a few pointers on the music and kind of like work with you. But eventually you pick it up and play along.
The flutes, what are they? You said they're like out of organic materials, like bone flutes?
No.
Or like...
actually, one or two of them seem to be made of perhaps animal bones hollowed out, or some sort of beast. A couple made out of some sort of wood, finely carved and like oiled in some way. Quite beautiful.
They look a lot better than my flute, probably, I imagine.
Probably, yeah.
Oriana's gonna have a little bit of flute envy.
I mean,
you bought yours at a bazaar, like off the street, because you needed something. You haven't exactly had a chance to, like, you can see that there was care, and I mean, some of them look scuffed or older, like they've seen wear, but you can see that
better.
You can see that that's just it's just like the idea of them, it being a part of them for a long period of time, and them taking care and looking after their instruments.
Plus, you could, instead of trying to steal the stories of these people, you could try to maybe ask one, like, hey, buddy, how does one get a cool flute? And then see how that goes. I'm just throwing that out there, do with that what you will.
Yeah, I was thinking about it.
But yeah.
You're not in the middle of the concert. It's rude.
Yeah.
Is there anything any of you would like to do during this evening, or are you just going to enjoy and eventually head to sleep to get your evening's rest?
I'd probably dance a little bit and like kind of alternate between dancing and playing.
Yeah, when you dance, some of the kids join in and grab your hands and kind of like dance around with you, and some of them even show you how to do some of the steps of their own sort of like tribe's own like movements and things like that, which you wouldn't understand. Even you, Perry, like you don't notice anything because they have some of their culture is similar, quite a bit is different. And it's interesting to see another tribe and how they kind of live, and while similar, you also see the differences. It's quite interesting for you, and so you also get kind of pulled into some of the dancing and some of the like singing along with some of the chants and music and things like that.
I imagine Perry stands out because like she would have gone and changed into her like traveling clothes, and they're very traditional fossil and stuff, like, so that her markings are all visible and all of that. So she sort of stands out a little bit.
Yeah, but you get pulled in as well.
Whenever Perry gets pulled into all the dancing, Quinn is going to join her.
And that child stays with you and continues to kind of, you definitely have two left feet, and kind of like
absolutely
works with you to to kind of figure out the moves, and never seems to grow impatient with you even when you mess up or when you don't understand. Kind of always without words shows you what is the way to do things.
Cool. I will also then like to try to dance with this child like someone trying to dance with a child at a wedding. When you're like in those situations, it's you're trying to teach said child how to dance or make it look like you are. But no, Quinn is taking fucking lessons right now.
And he shows you.
A class is being put on, and Quinn ain't doing it.
And then at certain points, you see him just kind of like let loose and just like shimmy and shake and have fun. And he's trying to show you to just go wild and do whatever. And he waits to see if you're able to kind of let loose and just goof around.
Quinn will attempt to.
He just claps with you and like dances around you and stuff like that, and generally seems to have a good time. And you hear him laughing and having fun.
Baltame joins when the dancing starts, but most likely by himself, as he doesn't really understand or know
you
how to
get pulled
dance.
in too, and eventually there's a circle, and you all learn sort of like the circular movement
trying to
as
learn
like two. There's like an inner and outer circle, and each is going in different directions, and you're kind of like moving around with each. And sometimes you pass one another as each of you is on a different part of the circle, and you see each other having, smiling and having a good time. And some of the various Jilrah speak to you and are asking you if you're enjoying and if you're having a good time and how you're feeling and stuff like that. And you're generally just having good conversation with everyone. And then sometimes they're trying to teach you how to sing some of their songs and things like that, or they're showing you the steps of the dances. But it's generally just a night of revelry and enjoyment.
Cool. Just picturing the Ewok village from the end of Empire Strikes. Part of the Jedi, man. Just
a little bit, yeah.
But eventually the night winds down. You watch as they begin to sort of clear things up, start to clear away, and you are left to kind of head back to your hut to get your night's rest.
Awesome.
And Quinn, as you kind of are leaving and the boy can see that it is time to end, you watch as he pulls out of a pouch a small bracelet, and you see that he grabs your hand and sort of pulls you down and ties this bracelet, and you see it's got these sort of like green beads around it with this twine, and a little sort of dangling charm on one end of you just see a symbol of two sort of waves on it. He ties it off, and then he takes your hand again. He looks at you, nods, lets you go, and walks away to another part of the village, presumably wherever he is set to sleep.
That's delightful. I'm trying to see if I have anything to give this child, but I do not. Anything good. So I didn't bring any toys. I will pocket this thing, and then
it's tied around your wrist.
It's on your wrist.
Oh yeah,
tied it to your wrist.
I will gladly leave it there. That's a delight.
Okay.
I'm add it to my inventory. It stays there forever.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you are left. Does anyone have anything to do before bed, or are we moving on to the next day?
I don't have anything specific.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I would write down the adventures of today in my book, and at the part where Asmodeus left, I'll kind of scrawl on the side. I'm sorry, I have not committed yet.
Okay.
Please give me time.
Okay. You write that into your book.
Baltimore would just say, well, he sees everyone up still. Um, this was a a lovely evening. Um, a rare with Cajun. Um, I don't think we should do so now. Everyone's probably tired, but I think in general we should all talk. I feel like when we have a little bit of this little bit of respite, we begin to know each other better. Is a good time for that. It's kind of hard knowing everyone's goals and ideals and what they want to be in life when you're trying to survive every day.
That's a good idea. Although I agree, I don't know if we want to have that conversation right now. One thing that we may want to talk about, though, at this point, I'm going to get the shield out.
Yeah, you were. I'll just say, like, you guys had it leaned against one of the cabinetry in the hut, and you just pull it and put it in front of the group.
Okay, cool. And just sort of like put it right in front of everyone. This was a gift, and it's a gift that needs to be used, so we can hopefully actually accomplish what we're setting out to do. And stop an ungodly darkness from rising. As far as who, I'm just going to look right over at Perry because he knows the providence of this thing. This thing seems suited for someone like you. I don't know if you can use it or not, but
I mean, I can't. I have to have a free hand for casting. Like I can't. I have the staff, but I have to have a free hand for casting. I'm not quite as skilled. As I'd like to be, I suppose.
I understand.
To hold a shield and my staff and still be able to.
I understand. Well, in that case, I don't know exactly who should have it instead, if you can't.
I mean, I can't now.
Right.
But before all is said and done, I might be strong enough. Or skilled enough.
All right.
Maybe you hold on for it.
I was actually going to say that. I can hold on to it until you're ready for it, but in the moment you can use it or you want to use it.
I mean, Baltaim can use a shield. And literally has a mundane shield.
Oh, I forgot he had a crap shield.
Yeah, he has my old shield.
Yeah, but he's not.
And one thing, Quinn, you know, is this, like, Melora specifically said, like, this does not have to be my champion who uses this. This does not have to be anything to do with me. I'm giving it to your group.
That's true.
To use because you'll need it.
Honestly, I was going to suggest Baltaim. I forgot he had a garbage.
I mean, you could use it too. You just have to give up the other shield that you're using. She was just saying, like.
Yeah. Well, by hold on to him and like I'll take it and use, and then give it up later. And I literally forgot Baltaim was using a trash can lid as a shield right now.
He's using my old shield.
Yeah. So I said what I said: a trash can lid for a shield. I know the situation now. Thank you.
Well, as we all know, I'm such a proficient shield user. Maybe I should take it.
Did you hear that?
I heard nothing. Just some sort of annoying breeze, I think.
Melody, sometimes, as my father used to say, you are so full of shit, your eyes are brown.
You've said that before, I believe, but yes, no, I was just
joking. And yet nothing has changed. I
need 2 hands to play my flute and a violin when I eventually get one again. So, no, I cannot use a shield. I was making a jest.
Well, in that case, Baltaim, if you'd like to hang on to it, see, see to get some use, you can get rid of what you've got right now, or you can always have what I've got, and then I can use this instead. It is entirely up to you.
I don't know if it will quite feel right with me. I mean,
Do we know
if
what
you-
it does?
Quinn does.
Yeah.
Well, I know player knows that. Oriana's asking in character.
No.
Because, and I'll pull out the pearl. I could figure out if we don't know what it does. That might help.
I already do.
Well, I was more like saying it doesn't feel right. I don't know. She gave it to Quinn.
She gave it to me to either use or have used by someone else. It's just, given where it's from, it felt right trying to see if Perry could use it and give her
Right.
kids.
Why don't you just give him your old shield and you just...
I'd feel probably more comfortable with that. I mean...
All right. If you want, that's fine with me. I wanted to give you the choice. And Quinn will take the shield he's been using, the old dragon-headed sucker, and hand it over
You
to...
hand Thunderkite over to Baltaim?
Sure do.
Okay. I assume you are going to take some time to attune to the new one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So Baltaim, your AC goes up 1. Quinn, your AC
Oh,
goes down
jeez.
1.
I just realized the problems with this.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no problem with it. It's
No,
just-
I know, but it's like, because we were like, hey, is your card going to change? Like, no, it shouldn't. Immediately it changes.
It's fine.
I've never met a group so against using a fucking artifact. I give you a fucking legendary artifact. And you're like, yeah, we'll just hold
I'm
on
not
to it for
against
another
it.
No,
4
when
levels.
Quinn said
I
hold
mean-
on to it, Quinn meant literally he would use it instead of her,
Yeah,
and then give it to her later, like as soon as she wants it.
I know,
I
but
wanna
I'm
make that
like,
clear. Like,
so
I was like,
allergic
ouch.
to an item. Jeez.
No.
I
Let
mean,
me
just
put it
make an
as a
artifact
player-
I can use, DM. I'll take it.
I want it. I just don't. I
Yeah,
think,
no, as a player, I was like,
yeah.
no, you be.
But anyway,
this is
so
my
yeah,
fucking
that
precious.
will
Back
happen
off!
because Thunderkite is a +1. Snapvine
Yes.
is not a +1,
That's fine.
but it has the other
Baltaim-
properties.
Yes, of
Is
which
now
there
at-
are many.
Capian's gonna whisper over to
So-
Baltaim and be like,
Are you gonna use that one? The other one?
So you can go ahead and pull that into your inventories on D&D Beyond.
I
Technically.
shall.
It's Paris, but I mean.
I
if
mean,
you
I
don't
can't
mind.
use it. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, Campion, why did you not perhaps take the bigger shield?
I never thought of him as actually wanting to use
I mean,
it.
I didn't know
I've never
you-
seen him shoot.
How can
things.
he use a shield?
Yeah, exactly.
he
He's got a
literally
two-handed weapon.
he literally points to Betty his crossbow and he's like,
I use Betty. I don't really need a shield.
Why do you want this one then?
He's gonna take it apart.
Material.
Go for it, by all means.
Cool.
Okay.
I mean,
Is
it's
Peregrine's old shield a piece of wood?
mostly wood.
it's mostly wood. And, yeah,
Again, garbage can lid.
takes it and he's just like he just like sniffs like,
Yes, I'm going to make something with this.
You know, like
They're
several
just like a,
creatures' blood have been on
Yeah,
that
you
shield.
smell
right?
some rank stuff on there a little bit, but
We fought
Also-
corpse flowers, and he had that in that fight, so it's gotta.
I've
smell
also been
like
inside a creature.
landfill.
with
yeah,
that.
several creatures.
several
not smelling
different and
not
sundry
smelling the
creatures.
greatest. But it doesn't
Yeah,
it doesn't reek either.
yeah,
wood,
yeah.
so.
Is it one of those woods that really absorbs the smell? So when it like
No.
heats
No,
up,
'cause
I mean,
it's
it's like
nice?
treated. It's like
It's
like a
fucking
shield, right?
oak or something,
it's
too.
treated as well for use in
Cool,
battle.
It's just a basic shield.
Yeah, it's just a basic shield.
listen.
yeah, it's just like a basic wooden shield with like a few like rivets in it.
Cool.
Because Perry does not like to wear a lot of metal.
Yeah.
Anything else before y'all head to sleep?
I would sketch the temple like from the outside
Mhm.
into my sketchbook.
Fairly easy enough to do. All right. So you all bed down for the evening. find yourselves to sleep and wake up the next morning. You have gained your level at this point.
Woo!
Yes.
As you wake, Ochre knocks on the side of your hut as you're all sort of getting up and getting ready and says, Mr. Quinn, if you could please come to the Elder's hut. The rest of you can come in a little bit. I will come get you.
All right. Certainly. I'll just get up and go on.
Get yourself ready.
Sure.
You head over with Ochre, and he pulls sort of aside the entrance to the hut. And once inside, you see Ange there. And you see her, she smiles at you and nods, and motions for you to follow her.
I do that.
And you move through the main room to the back of the hut into another room that you haven't seen. And there's a space in the center for you to sit, and an effigy of Melora at the back, facing inwards towards the center, with candles and incense burning, giving the space a calming atmosphere.
Cool.
And she just says, I believe you have made a decision. Now, you must commit. Close your eyes and open your mind. And she motions for you to head to the center of the room before stepping out and leaving you alone.
Okay. I do. Quinn goes right to the middle of the room and then just plops down, and essentially like if he was trying to meditate.
Mm-hmm.
That practice is coming in handy. So
and as you attempt,
position,
as you attempt to center yourself, it takes a moment. Meditation has never come easy to you.
Nope.
You've always been a person that moves forward rather than standing still. And as you begin to get frustrated, you open your eyes, and you're in a lush forest clearing. You hear the sounds of birds and insects, and smell the trees and dirt all around you. And as you turn, you see standing a few feet away are Bane and Melora. So, you have come to a decision. What is it you wish to do?
I thought a good bit about what you said, about how I just sort of charge ahead, about how I try to protect the closest to me, essentially, with the wrath of a storm. And the trials have taught me something quite important, is that I was never really meant to serve in the way I was trying to. But I still want to make sure that I can be of use, that I can protect those closest to me, and that I can make sure that what was done to my family, to my home, and what's happening around this entire world with everything we're trying to stop does not get a chance to happen again. So I mean to continue on, and I mean to just, I suppose, lean into the tendencies I've been suppressing a bit. I mean to try to actually bring down those that would do us harm with all the wrath in my arms.
Then you wish to make a promise.
I do.
Well, you understand that the path you are choosing to walk is not one you can just give up if you do not like it. You are making a promise. You are taking an oath. This is not telling a god that you no longer choose to follow and simply giving up divine gifts. You follow this path to the end of your days and beyond, or the consequences will be severe. For you are not making this promise to a single being. You are swearing an oath to the aether around you and asking for the assistance to make your goals a reality.
I understand.
This is an oath you take for yourself, for those you care about, and for the wider world around you. Should you break it, you only disappoint and harm those you swore to protect and yourself. Are you prepared to uphold your own tenets? Are you prepared to work towards the purpose you have set for yourself until the final breath leaves your body?
I am.
Well then, nail young Quinn Canneth. As Bane steps in front of you.
I do.
Bane pulls out his giant greatsword and holds it atop your shoulder. Do you promise to protect this world from outside threats and abjure the forces that would attempt to do harm to this realm?
I do.
His sword lifts again and is placed upon your other shoulder. Do you promise to protect those you care about and those that cannot protect themselves from that which would prey upon them and use them for their own gain and power?
I do.
Do you swear to fight against the darkness and the unknown, no matter where, when, and how it may suffuse through the realm?
I do.
Bane lifts the sword one last time and swings, and for a moment you think your head is going to be cleaved from your shoulders. But instead, only a light sting is felt at the side of your neck, and you instinctively bring up your hand. And pulling it away, you see a faint trail of red. You are now sworn to the oath you took and branded to the Watchers. Be vigilant and be prepared. Know that when you call upon the divine to help you in your quest, we will aid you as long as you continue to uphold your promises. Melora points to the holy symbol around your neck. Keep the symbol as our promise that you can call upon us to assist you in keeping to your oaths when you need our magic, and as the knowledge that you have ultimately chosen your own path to walk. We wish you the best of luck on your journey, Quinn. You still have far to go and much to face. I hope
Thank
you
you
are
for
able
this.
to achieve all that I believe you are capable of.
I thank you for this chance. And I mean to accomplish exactly what I've set out to. I will not disappoint or fail again. I am the last son of Gennora, and I will make those that made that a reality pay.
Then go, Quinn, and be prepared. As you watch as everything fades around you, and you are back in that room, that incense and the burning candles and the effigy in front of you.
Awesome. So Quinn's just going to take a minute while he's still down, grab the holy symbol around his neck, and look at the statue ahead, and just silently just pray again in thanks, and then stand up and walk back out.
All right. You do. And eventually, the rest of you are coming called upon, and you are all eventually led to the Elder's hut. And as you step inside, you see Quinn stepping out from the back room as Ange looks upon you all with a smile. As Quinn makes his way towards you all, a strong wave of energy wafts over all of you, and you feel secure, protected, and more aware of your surroundings than you ever have before. And upon the left side of his neck, you see a branded scar of an eye with a W beneath it and a wreath of runes surrounding it.
I have questions, but I don't think now is the time.
Probably not, but answers will come.
Well,
All is
you
well.
can all
Kate
sit
Quinn.
down if you wish.
Okay.
Please,
Sit
please.
down.
I take a seat.
I will join the rest of the group.
And sits down. So, what exactly are your plans now that you have come and finished your business with the Wild Light?
And before you get to that, I just want to thank you again for allowing us to.
I did not
To be
allow
here.
anything.
Well, you allowed us to be in your village, and
Paved
you
the
allowed
way.
us a chance.
We allow those who come seeking their path. And if they are successful, it is not allowance. It is a right given. You earned that right.
That's fair. Still,
But you are welcome nonetheless. And you
Mimar
are
raised me to
always
have
welcome.
gratitude.
You are always welcome back at the Jilrah. Although I feel like it may be a while before we see any of you again.
It may indeed. We have quite a few places to go, and none of them are quite nearby. I wonder, would you happen to know a way to get to Zuma from here? Is that? Don't mean that just go about begging for directions, but all we know is it's relatively southward.
Right. So the Art of Magic is the place you are next going.
It is. We have some business there. Repay a favor for a friend. Also, Perry told us she wants to go there now. Yes or no? I forget.
No, she ever did.
That's why I'm asking, because
Can't remember either, yeah.
I talk to my wife all the time, so I
don't
know
think she
stuff.
has said anything.
I have
Yeah, I
yet.
don't
not
think
yet.
he has, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've actually been given some instruction as to where to seek some answers to explore some things I've recently discovered in Zuma.
Oh, there you go. 2 for 1.
I see. Well, the journey on foot is a long and fraught with danger, but we do have business every once in a while in Zuma. I can see. I believe we have someone who is making the journey to gather some supplies for us. They can take you there.
Oh, that would be much appreciated if we could catch a ride. And if it's
A ride, yes.
the way you said that makes me think that it's going to be more interesting, and I am
Well,
quite honest. I am all
I'm
for
hoping.
it.
I'm hoping. That sounded.
I'm on Twitter.
Right. Well, I would gather your things, and when you are ready, come back. Or if you are ready now, I can have Eden come and escort you there. But if you need time, I can give that to you as well.
Quinn's just going to look around to also look over at Perry.
I think we might want to take a moment to collect ourselves before we zip on over to Zuma, however that happens.
Taking stock is always the wise decision. Please come back to the hut when you are ready. You know that the village is free to you as you see fit. She just nods.
I did have a question out of that. Maybe you could help me answer.
Yes.
At the feast, I noticed that your musicians had these very intricately carved flutes that were quite beautiful. Do you know if there are some available that I could purchase or trade for?
It is a task of the village. Some of our talented members take the extra time to craft their own instruments. It is not something so simple as to make for purchase. It is more a experience to understand and use every piece of what we earned for some greater purpose.
I understand. Thank you.
But if you ever come back and wish to learn the skill, if you have the time, we are more than happy to teach.
Perhaps I will, Elder. Thank you.
Of course. Well, please come back when you are ready, and we will make sure you get to Zuma.
Thank you, Count.
Thank you.
She just nods and waits for you all to exit.
Okay. Quinn will just get up and just sort of stroll right out.
All right, you do so.
I get up as well. Leave.
Where do you guys head to?
I think back to the hut.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem. Yep. You head back to the hut and find yourselves around that small table. There's still some water there and cups for all of you if you'd wish to have it. The breakfast has already been kind of cleared away as you've already had it.
I'm just gonna rip the Band-Aid off here. I thought I was the only one that was looking to get inked up here, but seems like Quinn, you beat me to the jump.
Well, I mean, that's not exactly ink.
I know, relatively, figuratively ink.
We'll discuss the inked up portion of the conversation in a moment, but
I'm sorry, I was just right there, so I thought we were all thinking it. No,
I agree, Baltaim. I think we should discuss
it's a good way to ask. Honestly, it's nice try to organically steer the conversation. I like it. So yeah, and Christian just sort of rub at the scar. I imagine does it itch a little bit? Maybe.
No,
it's fresh.
It actually does not feel fresh at all.
Oh, nice.
It feels just like a bit of raised skin, and you don't actually know what it looks like because you have not seen it, but you know it to be there.
Yeah.
Would you like to see what it is?
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't mind. I'd like to know what exactly has been put on my neck.
I'll take out my mirror that I use to help style my hair every morning and hold it up.
Cool.
So when you see that same symbol when you hold it up.
Okay, just look. Fucking cool.
Were you going for the eye thing?
No, it wasn't exactly. Well, I mean, it was because of a choice I made, but I didn't exactly choose the style of the iconography. Nor did I know there was going to be something just right on my neck there. I'm not saying I mind it. Just saying that that's not the location or style of something that I chose to do. It was, because of something I did choose to do, I suppose, if that makes any sense.
Not really, but you could tell us what this choice was.
I mean, it does sort of actually. Would this have anything to do with that wave of power that just sort of?
Oh yeah,
it's still there. By the way.
Yeah.
As you came out, and I'm still like, I mean, not that I don't appreciate whatever's happening here.
Me is what's happening. So.
All right.
After going through the trials like I did, and after. Let's be completely honest. Mostly shit in the bed there. I figured out that I wasn't cut out to do what I was doing. I mean, I've never really been one to. I don't know. I've never really been one to serve in such a way as I was trying to do. I never felt like I was doing it right, I think. And it's just sort of. The conversation I had with Melora after it was all said and done, she pointed out that I keep on trying to just sort of rush ahead and charge in and focus more on protecting others by seeing exactly how hard they can be hit to stop them from hurting my friends. And it's an impulse that's caused me some problem of late. And I realized that it's not a bad one, though. It's just I wasn't really... It didn't go along with what I was trying to do by trying to serve Laura the way I was. So I decided to try and do things a bit differently. So I took a bit of an oath to... essentially to do exactly the things that I have been trying to do, but doing the right way for once.
Fair.
I am no longer going to be a cleric of the Wildlight.
Okay. I mean... Go ahead.
No. I'm finding this just as hard to explain as I'm sure you're all finding it to latch on to.
No, I mean, I'm just curious. I didn't know that you could just not be. I mean,
full disclosure, I had no idea myself, but it was just sort of put out there as something that could be tried. And
is it just like a membership, or you just lose your card? Is that all? Like,
not so much that. It's just that it's more of a thing where they asked me to make a choice. And what I chose was just different than what I've been doing. And I'm hoping that this is a choice for the better. Because I'm committed to making sure that we see everything through to the end.
Okay, so my question is, you're no longer going to serve the Wildlight, which makes sense. Are you a cleric of Bane now? No judgment.
No, he's actually a pretty all right guy, actually. I had the same sort of misconceptions of him at first, but, you talk to him and he's pretty okay.
Right, I understand. I mean, nothing is black and white except the whole Thursday situation, but that's different.
And zebras.
I don't know what a zebra is.
I don't know whether to applaud that joke or groan. Like that is the exact kind of joke I would make.
Yes,
I'm going to put my hand on Quinn's forehead.
I think
Does he
I
have
did
a
it
fever?
better.
No.
I just grab Oriana by the wrist, just like finger and thumbs. And consent is important.
I was just checking for a fever.
I'm fine.
Okay, so
I haven't met her in a long time.
Champion draws a little doodle, and he's like, "This is a zebra, but you can see the vertical lines."
Thank you, Campion. That's
okay.
very helpful.
Okay.
This is strange for me. I don't think the zebra is the important thing of this conversation at this point.
It's not. I just was.
Oh, okay.
Wait, does that mean Peregrine can now turn into a zebra?
No, because I have not seen one in actuality. A picture does not work.
Campion's drawing is like very rudimentary. Like
It's
he's
very,
like
very
too
forth-facing.
It's a
like
stick
when it
horse
comes
with,
to like gears and like formulas and stuff like that, no problem. But he is not an artist. And yeah, it's like
he's no parrot.
it's like
an
a
oval,
round. It's like an
a
oval
stick,
head,
another oval.
a stick, another oval, some stripes.
Sticks for the legs, several sticks for the tail, just all
Stick with
clustered
like
together.
ovals for feet.
Exactly.
It's like
Yeah.
a kid drawing.
I would pay good money to see you turn into that peregrine.
I would
First
be
of all, that
horrified
looks
beyond
nothing
belief.
like a creature that I have ever seen, because it is not. But it was a good try. Also, I have to actually see the actual creature. Although I can become a bird now, but that is not the point of this conversation.
No, but that's very good to know.
So wait. Okay, so if you're not a cleric of Melora and you're not a cleric of Bane,
Ooh. You're just Quinn?
Not so much that. I will still be able to call on them for help and to call on them for aid in battle, but not the way I've been doing. I took an oath to be vigilant against things that would try to do harm and to stop things that would... Let's see, how was it put? Because Quinn's trying to be specific.
I mean, you don't really even know what, like, you know you've taken an oath and you know that you are a part of what is called the Watchers now.
Mm-hmm. Yes, but I'm trying to remember exactly how they put what they said. And
I wasn't there, so I couldn't take those notes for you.
That's fine. I write slowly, so I never would be able to.
Protecting from outside threats and abjuring forces that would harm the realm.
Mm-hmm.
Protecting those that cannot protect themselves, and from that which preys upon them, and would use them for their own gain and power, and fighting against the darkness and unknown, no matter where, when, and how it may suffuse through the realm.
Cool.
So what does that entail? Like, do you shoot lightning from your hand still? Or are you like, can you fly? Like, what is that?
I don't believe I can fly. As far as shooting lightning from my hands, I never really did that before. I'm more like there was that thing where I could make lightning come out of the sky and control where it went.
Right.
But
in my mind, it's always been from your hands, though. So
you know what? I appreciate the visual. I would like it if I was able just to throw lightning from my hands. It'd be quite an interesting visual. But no, it's hard to explain paladin without saying the word paladin.
I was like trying to I'm like, are you like some type of cleric knight?
You made a choice to uphold your own values.
Essentially, yes. I've made an oath to protect those that can't protect themselves from anything that would do them harm or use them for their own gains. And
okay.
Well, I mean, you don't need to be a cleric of someone to do that. I mean, you just have to have a desire to do good.
And that I have in abundance. And I'm hoping I can act on it a bit more easily than I did before.
Right.
So the takeaway is this is cool and things are going to be slightly different.
Right. So now there comes another question of what can you do now if you're not cleric anymore? I assume that means something's changed, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you're not drowning on Melora and you're bond with her, would that make you act differently in the fight necessarily?
How much do I understand about what's going on here? I mean, just like...
I mean, you would, I guess...
You literally are doing exactly what you were doing before with the right tool set.
Yep, there we go.
So you don't understand this as you're not going to act any different than you have been. You're going to continue acting the way that you always have been,
Yes.
It's just going to work better in your favor because you're doing more in line with the path you wanted to walk.
Yes. Okay.
So that is how you're under, like, what Baltaim's asking you is kind of like confusing you, if anything, because you're like, I'm not doing anything
I'm asking
different.
for clarification. Yeah. Like, how would I answer that question?
If anything, you finally figured out who you want to be and the path that you want to walk, and you're just going to continue moving forward.
Yeah. Okay. So no, I suppose I don't know. I just keep doing essentially what I've been doing, just, better equipped to do it now, I suppose.
But with less divine gifts.
Okay.
Essentially, I'm not really tied to. I'm not really tied to working for any one god. It's more like if I need help, I know who to call. But
so almost like you've doing the same job still, but you've changed your job title.
Sure. Let's go with that.
Okay. I mean, the point is, Quinn has found a path that makes sense for him.
Yes.
And you're happy on this path, I assume.
I am.
All right. That's good enough for me.
Then I'm happy for you, and I'm proud of you.
I appreciate that. So what else did we need to do here other than, have this whole conversation and, sort out what my whole deal is now? Was there shopping of some sort? I don't know if they have an economy here necessarily.
No, we're not shopping. It helps to decompress a little bit.
Yeah.
We tend to fight a lot, sleep, and fight some more.
We do. We have a very active lifestyle.
I'll be honest, I just thought that's what it's like being a person who travels the world at this point.
No.
It almost seems that's kind of normal at this point.
Well,
I think we've established that as our normal, but I think it's still abnormal.
Well, let me put it this way. Because we were accepted here, we are all now a part of the same tribe. We are a little bit more than we were before. We are more family. Or at least that's how I see it. And families should know each other. Families should trust each other. Be able to rely on one another. It strikes me that often we don't. And before we leave here to go somewhere new and strange, I'd like to understand and help make it better.
I came to that epiphany when I was talking to one of Jilrah last night as well.
Would this have something to do with the inked up situation?
Oh yeah, I was gonna get.
Let's circle back to that, shall we?
Like a tattoo.
Oh, you mean like, and I like.
Yeah.
Oh.
But like I didn't know like any of the questions he asked me.
You know these have meaning, right?
Yeah.
I don't just have vines on my.
Well, it wasn't just gonna be like a random tattoo. It was gonna like but.
Right. So.
I didn't know what meaning I wanted my tattoo to be.
That's kind of an important part of it.
Yeah.
Like on my back, there is a giant tree growing from the base of my spine all the way up. Because it is a symbol of my tribe. We are one family. And as we grow and develop and get stronger, that changes and grows with us. I don't know what mine will look like when I go home. But that only happens when we come of age, when we take our names. I was not always Peregrine.
Oh,
As a child, my name was Maya.
that is something new I learned today.
As we get older and we become our own person and a part of the tribe, we are named. I am literally named for a falcon because I wanted to soar. Because I wanted more than what I had and the life I'd always known. And the vines are to remind me that home will still embrace me, but also that I must grow. I unfurl leaves to take in my surroundings and to grow and to become better and stronger and wiser. My mother has vines like this, only hers have thorns because she is a member of the village guards. And thorns protect plants. They're a defense mechanism.
Thorns.
Everyone's markings are different. Even the tree is different. It is based on who you are and what you do. So, you don't just get a marking. For example, I've been accepted here, but I still bear Falciln tattoos because that is who I am. Those are my people. Does that make sense?
It does in a way. I guess I didn't see it like that in some respects, but in some respects it makes more sense than it's obvious to the clear. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, you can't be expected to understand traditions of people you've never met.
Right.
That's why I'm happy to explain.
It's quite fascinating actually. It's kind of I guess a learning experience is what I'm trying to say, but I'm not a bad one. I usually don't take well to learning a lot most times. But this is a very interesting way of learning things.
But my concern is that we don't always rely on each other very well. We don't seem to trust ourselves as much as we should. Twice now, we have had a situation in which Cynric was, for lack of a better term, not on our side. And rather than adapt, we flailed and focused on trying to get him back on our side rather than the task at hand.
I mean, that is a good point.
For example, Quinn Kenneth had to literally knock Cynric out because otherwise he was going to possibly kill me or one of us. And he stabilized him and he was fine. Also, he has that cool necklace.
Right, I didn't even need to stabilize him. He was just fine.
But instead of ensuring his safety and continuing the fight, we worried about getting him back up to fight with us. But then he was still not on our side. And that kind of bit us in the butt.
And now we know more about that situation. so it's an opportunity to grow and present
Exactly.
a different way of looking at it. But
Exactly.
understand it wasn't exactly 2 times under the same circumstance.
No, but it was still the same situation. We didn't have you. And we can't rely on one person to hold us all up. Is all I'm saying.
That's very true.
We all must work together and rely on each other. I get it. Cynric's really strong. He's so much stronger than most of us. I only really come close if I'm a massive bear.
And you're looking at strength in a physical quantity. I mean,
Right.
I can't do half the things that most of you can do.
Right. That's kind of my point.
So strength lies, not in the muscle or how you swing a weapon. It lies in using what you can have and what you have access to.
That's precisely my point. Cynric is making it for me. We can't rely on one pillar to hold us up.
Right. We all have to share the load equally and make sure that we can trust everyone else
to do their part and to be
Precisely.
strong enough to do their part. And I worry that we don't do that. And I worry that because we rely on one person's strength, be it physical or otherwise, we knock the knees out of us. I understand it's bad when one of us is not with us or is literally against us. But if we rely on each other to share the load equally, I think we stand a better chance.
I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, as a team, we're only as good as our weakest member.
And if we work together and are all equally strong, we mitigate that weakness.
I'm in agreement, but I think as we've been told before, was good, but what are we gonna do about it together?
Well, I think that we need to change. I think that we need to be, wow. I think that we need to change our ways. We need to put into action what we know is truth. Hi! When we're fighting, we don't just rely on Cynric. We can't count on one person to heal everyone. We can't count on one person to take all the hits or to do all of the damage. It doesn't work that way. I think what we faced out there really proved that. Especially after Cynric was made to turn on us. I mean, Quinn may be with the one with the oath, but we all promised we would save the world if we could.
It is the path we were put on, and that's what we mean to do. And all I was going to say is that if we're going to actually be able to do this, the one thing that fight taught us is that we are a lot stronger as a team than we give ourselves credit for, to the point where we don't need to focus in so much about what an individual can do. We all have our strengths. We all have our weaknesses. Right? Sinner can hit like a building fell on someone. That's great.
Take those hits just as well.
Yes,
but
you can.
Expose me to magic, and, well, you can see there's a downfall.
Right, and the fact that if something gets beyond the reach of that giant stick of yours, it's, you just standing there yelling at it, being super mad, like, get back here so I can stab you. And sometimes they just don't.
Well, we'll just have to invest another potion for that. It was kind of nice to fly.
That was just horrifyingly amazing.
Felt freeing.
I could probably, possibly make one of those potions.
Oh, please do.
Enough time and material and things. I'm also thinking of other ideas of potion stuff.
Well, I have a surprise, but also this was kind of going to what I was going to say. Well, maybe it's best I think we all understand as people what strengths and weaknesses are, but we never really outwardly state it to each other. Maybe we'll have preconceived notions of what we're good at and what we're bad at. Maybe we should go around and say what we feel like we're strong at or we're weak at. Then we will understand where people are coming from and then fill in their gaps.
Well, I mean, it's pretty, explanatory of our optimizations. I mean, he starts bringing out charts and everything. He's like, "Well, Barry, okay, I understand. Barry,
You made charts for this? Oh my God, yes.
I meant other people. Them people themselves say what they feel.
No, let
I
it go. Let it go. Let him go.
I feel like I've studied all of you quite extensively, especially in your sleep.
I beg your pardon?
Excuse me?
Okay, I was in up to that point. I think I found my jump off point there.
But, I mean, before you judge him, that is his strength. His strength.
I mean, that's the truth.
I mean, you're not wrong.
You're not wrong.
Okay,
no,
but in
who
our
among
sleep,
us
though,
can
that
say
seems a little excessive.
Hold on. One moment, please. Can you clarify that statement? Study us in our sleep?
Yes.
Ooh, wait. Who
It's
snores?
not like every.
As in...
Not like
what
every
exactly?
night. I just like watch you sleep. Occasionally.
Okay. Moving on from
Sometimes
oddity that we have just discovered about
sometimes
Campion.
I take measurements of your heads.
Whoa.
Oh my God! I was just trying to have a serious conversation with the team.
Too late. This is gone.
I mean, I'm not
Campion,
surprised at all.
I'm not
Please
either.
do not touch me when I sleep. Thank you.
No, dude.
Same goes for me.
Also, I would like to add on
Boundaries.
I would like to
I want my
Reason
measurements in my
things.
head. I might get a hat later, but again, still creepy.
I have these right here. Yeah.
I would also like to reiterate Paul James' question. Who among us snores?
I mean, I already know I snore, so.
Several people, actually. Just saying. But as I was saying before, everyone's optimization is pretty explanatory in a sense. I mean,
Very well, Campion. Please explain to us how we can optimize, and then we can have a discussion, I guess.
Yes. Okay, so Boltaim, he wanted to know his head size, but we'll go into Boltaim.
We'll get to that personally.
Is very versatile. Okay, though in the sense of in his melee combat abilities as well as his hexing and spell casting. Though in the spell casting department, it's very limited in a sense. I mean, it's not a bad thing. You're wielding very extensive magics.
I'm not offended.
I'm just saying maybe a little bit more exercise.
Still not
magic's a muscle.
We're getting there. Getting offended.
You work it like a muscle, and it starts working with you.
I don't know if that's how magic works, but I don't know. I've not used magic before.
I love this so much. It's so dumb.
You know,
if this is all we do for the rest of the session, I'm fine with it.
yeah, Perry, does the whole shifting thing, but she can also do druidic magic as well. As
That is
well
my
as,
skill set.
yes, as I say, healing and how would one say, blessings or reinforcement of other individuals or themselves through druidic magic.
Yes, I can enhance people's abilities.
Exactly.
A little.
Quinn, I no longer know your skill set anymore.
I feel like you're going to start following me with a notebook for the next few days.
I will have to study you.
Quinn, you're forgetting about the most important part. He's going to have to lick you to see what you taste like now.
I don't lick anyone. That's nasty.
No, he licks just things and places.
People are very...
To be fair, who among us
disgusting.
but him can say exactly what the inside of a magical mansion
All the
tastes like?
sweat glands and...
Okay.
Well.
Okay, we're getting
on,
off
please.
topic.
Can we move on to someone else?
Yes, Oriana. She's good at also enhancing as well as healing, though she's limited in the whole.
Yes, I can do a lot of damage. I know this. Yes.
Yes, but if we can work with something that helps utilize and helps you utilize your advantage with distance, I feel like we could supplement your lack of damage and help you not burn as many of your magical abilities as well. I've been thinking about that, but it's been very hard. I've been throwing a lot of things at the board.
Well, camping, you're rambling.
That's
yes.
kind of why I stole, I guess you could say, the idea of Baltaim's little spell that he uses with the blasting.
Yeah. Very, very good utilizing the big brain of yours. Yeah. But I feel like there's something
I would feel like
else.
that's a compliment, but now I feel like you've probably actually measured my head size.
I have.
And now
It is your head has been growing steadily.
You sure you're just not messing up and like sometimes getting the horns around the measurement?
I'm very accurate.
Oh my god!
Can we move
Nonetheless,
on to the next person?
yes.
Not yourself,
we'll
exclude
start.
him from the study.
Yes. On my whole mechanical capabilities, I haven't been able to make anything. So when we get to Zuma, or probably a more magically developed area, we should look into magical items that help solidify Oriana's shortcomings.
Not a bad idea, actually.
Yes. And, Sinric, big, beefy man. I literally, you're strong, but the brain is susceptible. So we need to reinforce that area. Probably with injecting you with as many potions as possible. Supplementing that, which I've been learning, which I could probably combine with my alchemy and my newfound skill of herbalism, which reminds me, he picks up his book and he's like, I don't need this anymore. And kind of throws it. He's like, yes.
Did you just throw a... Oh my god.
Well, I'll say you completed the book last night.
Yeah, he just is reading it. He's like, oh yeah, I don't need this anymore. Okay.
I'm going to go grab the book and put it in my bag of holding because it's a book and it should be treated with respect.
Yes. Now I can supplement your strength. I can now add more utility to you with potions. Glorious liquid magics.
Why do I feel like we all just became science experiments? And
So here was the thing.
Yeah, I feel like you need a timeout for something you've done. I feel like you need to stay in the corner.
The ideas
like
are
to
flowing through me. I will create so many things.
I'd like to add to my original statement that this is his strength because it's also his weakness.
It is. He
you're
gets
right.
very distracted.
I also
Maybe,
was
the
talking.
next enemy we come across, we can just convince him to ask Campion a question.
they'll be paralyzed with information.
information overload. Useful.
It's brilliant. This is how we defeat the god of eternal darkness. With the Campion's word vomit.
Off topic, but speaking of, I learned a piece of very not so good information.
Yeah. Same.
So remember how we were having a conversation about the whatever it was causing all the grouchiness and such, and y'all were like, well, maybe it's Tharizdun, and maybe Tharizdun was why your village was sick, and I was like, no, that's not it. It is.
I mean,
wait, which one? Both things?
One thing's a coincidence. Two things are
no. Wait, let me explain. So I had this like brief vision. It was sort of like a dream. And that individual that keeps messing with us, he was in my village, like on the edge, and he was grinning. And then so I started to put two and two together, and then apparently because my people isolated themselves and couldn't reach out for help, and because they're in the middle of that forest where only certain magic really works, they were a prime target for that which now stalks us. So, yep.
Seems as we may be more connected than we give ourselves credit for.
So there's that, while we're being honest about our motivations. Well, I have things to do in Zuma to find answers, sort of, kind of. I don't know. I've never thought a lot about how I'm part elf, except that, the ears, and I'm like super fast comparatively. But apparently I need to get in touch with my elven roots. So.
Okay.
Wait, I don't understand.
I don't know if we're
Did you
meant to.
not have an elven parent?
No, I do. My mother is an elf. My mother is a wood elf, like me. My father is not. My father is a human. My mother will outlive my father by many, many, many years. And anyway, but no, like I don't see myself as, like half elf or anything. I see myself as a person, right?
Right.
I mean,
You don't know the full history of one of your heritages.
And I don't think a lot about like that bloodline a lot because it's not relevant.
I understand it. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like there are elves in my village. There are humans in my village. They're
right. Your history is the Falseon history, not necessarily Elvish history.
Right. Well, I was informed that I needed to return to my elven roots and inherit the power I was born with, which apparently might be why stuff happens when I get upset.
Oh, you mean the Brahms magical surges within, that,
Yes, that.
Release
because actually, I channeled some of that, and I did things that I didn't know I could do. Like, that thing that you do, Melody, where you just like reach out your hands, and like this big old cone of flames comes out.
Yes, I know. Yeah.
I did that.
Well, that's impressive.
Can you do that right now?
I would like
while we're
to
inside
not
of a
try.
building, I don't think that's the best idea.
You get the gist of my question, not in the building.
No, not necessarily. I was getting a little help with the whole channel in the magic business. That's what Melora sent me to do. When I spoke to her.
Right. And she says you need to go to Zuma to find out more, yeah?
Yeah. There are things there. Also, I have to make choices.
I know a bit about that.
Yeah. I can continue to be what I've always been, but it will not be as helpful or as useful. I don't think that it will let me lead my people out of harm's way. I think they need more than a druid who has always been a druid and always will be. That being said, I'm sorry, I just word vomited. I absorbed a lot of
That was
information all at once.
honestly more complete and concise than what just happened like 5 minutes ago, though.
Yeah, it was. Also, that's kind of the whole point of this conversation, was we were trying to make sure we understand more. So you did exactly what you needed to do. Thank you for that.
While we're being honest,
Uh-huh.
I also saw some things that were troubling. I was given not a choice necessarily, but 2 paths, which I assume that will be a choice eventually. One was I was hugging my sister, but someone was crying in the back. I didn't really see them. And the other, my sister was dead in front of me, and someone was congratulating me or thanking me, and I saw like this weird eye in a left hand or something, or a hand. Might have been like the L's. I think it was left.
Okay. Yeah.
That sounds unsettling, one way.
Well.
I mean, not really a choice. I don't. Given the opportunity to save my sister, that's.
Just say your sister wasn't dead.
Oh well, yeah, okay. She was on the ground, but I don't know. She wasn't. Yeah, that's how I interpreted.
You weren't hugging her, but she wasn't dead.
Okay. Okay.
Just so that you're interpreting that correctly.
Okay, yeah, because I was like sister on the ground, like quotations.
Yeah,
dead.
cloak figure standing over your sister.
Yeah.
In what way you're not sure,
right?
But she was not dead.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. But yeah, if I have the opportunity to save her, there's no other goal in my life currently besides that and whatever this is haunting us.
Well, seems we may have all seen something on our journey to that temple.
Yeah.
But you said you had 2 paths put in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so did I. I mean, what about everyone else?
I had 3.
I also had 3.
I would like to think, I mean, even though that be a, quote unquote spirit walk, that those aren't the only options available to us, should we choose to tread our own destiny.
The choices we make now will affect the choices we have later.
Maybe those are equally as much of warning as they are a future of what's to come.
I think that mine were ways to save my people.
Well, my point is that even though we all saw things, I don't think we're limited to just following those paths that we saw.
Oh, no. Absolutely not.
You seem more metaphorical, just sort of like an overall.
I don't really trust visions that come from hallucinogenics, so...
I don't know what you guys are talking about. I did not see any paths at all.
So we're just not going to...
Oyana, what did I say about lying?
We're just not going to...
You know what? Fine. You don't want to talk. That's all right. I didn't really have paths to choose because my divergent point sort of already happened, and they both merged back together for where I'm trying to go, which is not a great place.
I was just being facetious. I did see pass. I'm not entirely sure what they all mean, but I did see pass.
I don't think any of us really know what they mean at this point.
Not a lick.
No, not really.
I guess figuring it out is half the fun. If they
Campy,
just gave you all the answers, then
it wouldn't be that much of a journey.
that's true.
I will say this. If it is a warning to us, then I think my path is soon. All three were in River Inn.
We still got a ways for to get there.
quite a while.
All of whatever's happening in Zuma, and then who knows, really, from that point. I know we need to get there soon-ish, but
Well,
no need to be consumed with imminent dread.
Very true.
I mean, if it's anything to go from, I mean, I would definitely hope you guys would join me as we further investigate whatever is manipulating that anger in people.
Oh, I have no plans on stopping this anytime soon. So, plus, with everything I just went through as far as that oath, manipulating folk by causing them to be so angry they join some sort of odd rage army, I believe that falls under a list of things I should put a stop to. So,
Fair enough.
yeah, I'm still in.
If those visions are anything to go by, I guess a trip home is also in question.
And
We'll have to go there at some point anyways, I believe.
that's in Veladon, right?
Sun Shield, yes.
Seems like a lot of homes are going to be visited pretty soon coming up here.
I
We
I
shall
actually
see.
have business in Sunshield City as well.
Also, random, just switch a topic, because I felt like a god said this and like we kind of like went past it but didn't really get a chance to address it. Campion, you're like linked to someone dying?
Yeah, Campion.
Did anyone hear that?
Why was it that two gods decided to single you out? That seems kind of weird.
Is this one of those things where Campion doesn't know anything about who he is and doesn't seem to want to explore it?
I mean, in his defense, the gods seem to be, well, no more than family quarreling with one another.
Well,
Oh,
gods
no,
are people too.
Modius was looking at me really, really weird. And this was
Does it have something to do with the thing with the eyes that happened that
What?
time?
what eyes? What eyes?
You had one of your like real bad coughing fits and such, and all of a sudden your eyes changed.
What?
Can't remember that, but that sounds familiar.
Well, you might not have noticed because, you know, people don't notice all kinds of things. But you see, I'm very observant. So,
You're the Notebook.
I mean,
I
as a person, kind of.
On March 12th.
No,
I
I
wrote
wanted
this
to. I
down
wanted to
and drew
get
a
the
picture.
note. I wanted to get the note correct. So you had one of those like coughing fits. You were kind of doing that thing where you're kind of a jerk. And you had this huge coughing fit, and then your eyes were goat's eyes, and they were red. And it didn't last very long. It was like a split second. But because I noticed all kinds of things, I noticed that.
I don't really know. I mean, assuming that happened, I'm assuming that's a byproduct of what's happening to me. So
Campion,
I
where's
mean,
your home
Arathis
at?
was very explicit.
yeah.
See, I wasn't there for that
Yeah,
part.
Perry wasn't, but the
so-
rest of you did hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just said that.
If
Yeah.
Recall correctly, she said something along the lines of he can't die, or
Well, if he dies, the other person
No, if
dies.
I
If they
die,
he
the
dies.
thing connected to me dies. If
And
they
also
die,
if
I
the other
die.
thing, yeah.
Well, your life force is connected to something else's life force.
That's what they said or something. That's what
Really,
Arathis
I'm
said.
assuming that my soul is intertwined with an interdimensional creature, probably from the hells.
You don't seem to have a problem with that? or see anything wrong there?
I mean, look at all we've experienced. Is it really the weirdest or most
No,
Well,
that's
wrong?
that's
not,
on
it's
the
just
top. That's
happened.
near the top of the list. That's like
It's up there.
yeah,
I'm just saying.
Top 5? 10?
top 5
Top
probably.
5.
It can't be. You tend to just kind of like shrug off things like, oh, we had a spirit walk and we drank some, and we talked to gods, and you're just like, I drank a hallucinogen. I'm not going to take any stock in that. Don't you think that maybe because we live in a world of magic, like literal magic, like I can make flowers bloom out of nowhere, that maybe you should take a little stock in stuff? Not everything can be scienced out.
I mean, I took into consideration what like Arathis said. That's in my notebook. And he's like, he points to his notes, and it's like this little note in the corner. He's like, soul with other soul, possibly demon ? See, it's right there in the corner. I've been doing research. I'm assuming that he points out to his necklace. This is probably some form of crest for a cult, possibly.
Okay.
I've had dreams. I wrote those down. And he's like, he flicks to some more pages, and it's just like weird babble, and it's like knife, the big weird knife, lots of blood. It's very incoherent. Yeah, I've been writing that down a lot.
So,
Does the symbol look familiar, DM? Because I think this is the first time he showed us.
It is the first time he showed us.
What is
It
the
does
symbol
not-
again? If anyone can, what does it look like?
Oh, it's it's all metal. It's a kind of inverted triangle, and in there's two serpents coiling around an anatomically correct heart. They're circling around the heart that's in the center.
Okay.
Wow. That's not spooky at all.
You think?
None of you recognize it.
I mean, I know it's like ominous, but like a lot of things are like ominous.
And you just had this since when? Where did you collect this? Is when you were was put on you when you were born?
It was put on me when I was found.
Found by your parents.
So,
Your
So your
adopted
parents put it on you, or
Your
they just?
adopt.
Well, yeah, Nymera and Theo, they found me, and I already had the amulet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So you were found with it. It was not put on you when you were found.
Yeah, no, I was found with it. So,
Where's home for you, Campion?
what do you mean?
Like, where's your home? Your parents?
Where are you
do they
from?
live? Yeah.
My parents like travel like a lot. We don't really like.
I think he means like not the person that raised you, but
No, I meant them. His
Oh.
adopted parents.
Yeah.
my apologies.
But you
So
know
you had no, like-
they've settled in Wynon now.
Yeah, they're settled in Wynot. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was asking. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, they're currently like retired and Wynot, But yeah, my father was from Attrell. He didn't like it.
And have they ever told you where they found you at? You said they traveled, so where did they find you?
Well, I mean, yeah, they found me over towards over towards the mountains, like between like Isgrov and what's that little bit right there? And
It was Isgrav natural.
Yeah. Yeah, there's like a little spine. It's like a travel way that caravans use when they're traveling goods.
All right. Well.
Just out of curiosity,
Yes.
Place to find the child.
Well, like it was during a snowstorm. Well, rainstorm.
Okay.
Yeah.
that sickness do you have? I mean, is that new or has that always been?
Always been there. I mean, I used to be able to move my leg and my hand, but then it became really hard too. So then I had to create, these apparatuses.
Okay.
I thought that was just an aesthetic for the longest time.
I didn't. I knew. We talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I must not have been there for that conversation.
No, I went with him to an herbalist shop, to get some stuff, and he was going to inject tea into his veins.
Champion.
I don't know why
You
I'm
drink
surprised
tea.
anymore.
It wasn't.
I don't know why I'm surprised.
It was herbs. It was herbs.
Herbs
are
that
in
you
tea.
make. You make tea. You make herbs into tea, and then you drink
to help
it.
with the pain.
Right. You don't inject tea into your veins.
I don't like drinking tea.
That's how you. I will teach you to make tea that tastes good, and you will drink the tea rather than try to inject it. It will do you more good that way.
Maybe
Is he making that face?
I don't like tea.
Maybe add a little honey or lemon or sugar to it. Little milk.
It's so grainy.
How is your tea grainy?
I don't think you're making tea right.
I think
I don't think you're
not-
filtering the tea.
I don't think you're having tea as much as just hot
the
leaf
leaves
juice.
There's a lot of things.
Campion, I'm going to teach you to make tea properly. It will not be grainy.
Look at the DM. Look at the DM.
I'm just giving her a migraine.
Yes.
Meanwhile, our ride to Zuma has totally left
This
us.
is gone.
Probably.
Perry literally just wanted to have a conversation about why don't we
There.
freaking
2 days
trust
later.
ourselves and work together.
Yeah.
We're making progress.
Yeah, this is
In
positive.
very interesting ways. You certainly are.
I mean, hey, we got to know that there is an entire chart that was filled out of all of us.
Right.
Also, he has our head sizes, which, hat shopping will be a breeze now, thanks to Campion. Just
Maybe
wait. We're going to find a haberdasher. and he's gonna be like,
haberdashery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll find a haberdasher in Zuma. He'll be like, this is perfect. It saves me so much time.
Maybe when we go to the trail, maybe we check out. Do you know the area where you were found, or around that area? Maybe.
Well,
Maybe we could check it
Isgard
out.
is towards the north,
the
isn't
trail
it?
and Esgard, yeah. It's that little mountain pass area.
All right. Well, I definitely think we should, look into that.
Should.
I
Well,
definitely
we
think
have to go to Isgraf anyway after River Run, I thought, yes?
possibly.
I have something that needs doing up towards Isgrav as well at some point. There's a plant I need to try to find
Okay.
somewhere on the border of a trail in Isgrav.
All right.
I can get that
Ah,
and get to Sunshield City. There's someone I can meet there that can help to brew up something that'll let me go into the Shadowlands without dying immediately just from being there.
Us.
I'm hoping us, because I don't really feel like going by myself. I didn't ask if it was just a
I don't
one-off per
think the
person.
wildlight would send you by yourself.
Yeah,
to
I imagine it's for like a group.
Shadowlands.
Also, I think your sister said something about it being particularly difficult for me as well.
Possibly, but
Yeah.
we'll find more about that as well. So all this talk at home. So I learned something for an absolute fact. I don't have a home anymore because even if I'm able to go into the Shadowlands, even if I'm able to free my people from being tortured, they're all dead, and there's no getting them back. There's just getting them out. So
Oh, Quinn, I'm sorry.
everyone I've known up till I left home is dead, and once we are finished with all of our adventuring, I have nowhere to go back to. So
Well, you don't know that the entire village was taken out. Like, there are hunters and people
Yeah.
that go into the other areas and stuff like that.
true enough, but like
So,
99% of them
a
are
good
probably-
portion. You weren't a large village, but there
Quinn's
is
rounding
likely
up.
people. I mean, that village is not wiped off the map. Like it wasn't.
Right.
There was not a cataclysm that like destroyed that area. So there is potential that people came back to it and are trying to figure it out and going back to their way of life.
Right.
So I just want to say that. Like,
okay, yeah.
You may not feel like it's home anymore, but it is still there. It still exists.
Yeah. Quinn's rounding up and also just sort of like
because people would travel into Pressdale to get goods that they couldn't get in like the wilderness and where you live there. There are like temples and things around the area. So yeah, just saying that. And there are other villages like on the islands and stuff.
Sorry to hear that, Quinn. I mean, it's not necessarily true. I mean, home's where you make it. My old home is home. I find home in Agraria now. That's where I would say it's home. I don't really pretty much consider myself from a trail.
I'd argue home is a feeling and not a place.
That's what I was getting at, but with more better words.
That's a good point. I don't know. Maybe at some point I'd like to, head back and see if there is anything or anyone that made it, that was away, made it back, or if anything is left of it. But I don't think there's anything left for me, at least.
That's fair.
Anna.
My you said somewhere on the edge of Isgrave and a trail. My old home is on the edge of Isgrave and a trail. Could be somewhere to start.
It may be, yeah. I just know I need to find a shade bearer plant in enough quantities to brew some sort of elixir that is going to protect me from the instant death sort of effect of going to the Shadowlands, and
right.
Also that water I used to bring back Oriana, that was the thing that was going to let me cleanse this well where my people's souls are long enough to get them out. So I'm going to have to find another option, which apparently is possible. So there's that.
Good news.
Right.
Yeah.
So there are paths for us to walk still.
Ample ones, it seems.
We have a long way to go.
Yeah, we do.
In a lot of different ways.
It seems we are interacting more with a lot of divine entities, so it seems we have at least allies in our journey. Maybe not
we thought.
Directly, but sometimes someone in your corner rooting for you can make the difference.
I think we're making progress on both, and I showed like the Desert Rose thing, and I kind of like point out to like where we're at.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we seem to be making friends in all sorts of interesting places. Here and I'm just going to point sort of like up, around, like in literally any possible direction. Like elsewhere, I don't know which way to point for wherever the gods poof off to when they're not chatting with us.
I mean, who knows? Maybe even one of these days Lex will like us.
I am not sure that is possible, but
I mean,
I think our not calling her might be getting us on the path to there.
Yeah, we do seem to annoy her less since we're not talking to her anymore.
It's now about time to mention that I've been sending her every chance I can.
We should probably not
Gwen
talk
is
to her
going to
again.
duck, like just waiting for the sniper round to come to the side of the building.
We should not talk to her.
I'm kidding. I haven't spoken to Lex since we last saw her.
Okay.
Well, then she's definitely going to be liking us a lot more now if that's the last time anyone spoke to her.
I mean, I could check.
Don't.
Please don't.
Absolutely do not do that. If you do, I imagine she will actually shoot you from far, far away. And I don't want to get between the path of that shot.
I mean, yeah, you are pretty easy to go down, so maybe not.
Okay. See, now that was a little uncalled for.
I mean, that does bring me back to the whole point of this entire conversation, which was that we need to be aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. And and know that we can't always hide behind the biggest of us.
Or place all our faith in just one humanoid basket. And faith being eggs and that matter. I'm kind of rubbish at metaphors, but you kind of get where I'm going.
Yeah. I understand what you're saying. All I'm saying is I think that if we worked better together and trusted each other, we'd get a lot farther.
Or, we could supplement items for what we're lacking, and then
I think
we'd still be in the same position if we did just that.
I think we'd be better off doing both things. If we can supplement where some of us are weaker and get those areas a bit stronger, but also those of us who have other strengths such as that can try to do more to help the others as well. And we need to make sure we rely on each other for what we're good at. What I'm good at has changed quite a bit, but
I've actually got a bit of tinkering I've done with some of my magic. I think I might be able to help protect myself from getting hit as much, I think. And potentially something that might help us deal with large groups of people.
Right. I mean, that's kind of the point is we also can't be selfish. We have to think of each other just as much as we think of ourselves.
Is the idea supposed to be that I'm using these magics to help us?
Right, I understand. I'm not talking about what you've taken now or anything. I'm just in general. Everybody matters in a fight. We have to look out for one another.
I mean, more often than not, when it comes to combat, the side with the better tactics tends to pull out ahead over the side that just rushes forward.
See, as I have never been a soldier, I will leave tactical thought mostly to Senric. But he's right.
True.
We learned a very valuable lesson in that there are fights we cannot win. And while I know none of us like to run from a fight,
at least in the case that we do, we're still alive.
Yeah, I have no problems compared to living. I'd rather live.
All I'm saying is maybe be aware of when it's time to go.
There are times where it's meant to run, and there are times where it's meant to stay.
Right. I think she's just trying to, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't want to try and put words in your mouth, but I think what she's trying to get at is if we're going to run, we need to make that decision sort of unanimously.
Right. And it helps if someone says something rather than just runs.
Maybe we should make a code word.
I don't know. I yelled tactical retreat and seemed to get the point across, but a code word might not be a bad idea.
I vote banana splits.
I feel like I would just get hungry instead of focusing.
Okay, no, that's a stupid name.
We can workshop this. We can definitely.
We don't have to decide this right now.
Oh, it's a pun. I get it. Okay.
I'm not saying we need to make all these decisions right now. I just think before we left for Zuma, I've seen us succeed and I've seen us fail. And I think it's important that we learn when we aren't winning. And we learn from our losses.
Also, side note, I feel like we should also diverse our healing potion stock.
Yeah, the next time we stock up, we should definitely kind of spread those about.
Yeah.
Having them all in the bag.
Probably
I was
not
able
a good
to
idea.
fish one out to get, Melody back on her feet. But, and Balzaim grabbed one after Melody was already down. But yes, distributing the actual supplies is
Yeah.
a really good idea.
If you know, if you want to give me like 125 gold, I can, once we get to Zuma, I can possibly start, getting materials
We can do
to make
something like that.
the potions. Yeah.
Might actually be a really good idea.
That's a really smart idea. Playing to our strengths. This is what I meant.
Yeah, I agree. We need to do a good bit more of that whenever we can. And I think if we just work together a bit more, we can make sure that we come out ahead a bit more easily than we have been.
And don't discount what you're actually able to do.
Well, that is true. I mean, all you gotta do is take a step out of your comfort zone. You'll be surprised.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've taken quite a big step outside of what I was used to. And, yeah.
Every
for
little
a whole
bit
new
counts. That's all I'm
fantasy
saying.
sports metaphor now.
All I'm saying is every little bit of everything counts. I want to succeed, and I need for us to succeed, and it's become paramount, not only because I want the world to survive, but also because selfishly I would like to be able to be the one that leads my people out of harm's way, and I can't do that if we all die.
This brings me to a morbider topic, but if we do fail, if one of us don't survive, like Darby, we don't really know much about what we want to be done with us. Our remains. We kind of left Darby out in the desert.
Not sure that's a topic I'm ready to have a conversation about.
I'll kind of just look over at Baltanium. It's like, well, I already told you what I wanted done.
If you could just give my body and Greybone back to my parents, I'm fine with that.
All right. I mean, obviously, I need to go back to the forest, if possible. If not, I go back to the earth from whence I came. Oh. This is not exactly where I thought this topic was going, and I'm not sure I'm ready to have this conversation.
I mean, we must account for all possibilities. Honestly.
I understand. My point was not to discuss whether or not we were all going to die.
Yeah, I know.
I
don't think we will fail. I have faith in we will succeed, but there's always a chance.
It's good to know just in case we don't. I get it.
When we're all old and gray, you might want to figure out what we're doing for each other's funerals, whoever outlives each other.
Well, right now I don't really have anywhere that my body would need to go to, but as long as someone would just tell my sister what happened to me, and I don't know, figure something out with what's left of me.
I suppose if we were to, at least me, kind of just point at the hat, and it's like, well, I mean, maybe if you could just get this back to my family, I mean, I could hang it there one more time.
Okay.
Poetic.
All right. I mean, honestly, we don't have to do all of the deciding and discussion all at once. I just wanted to. I had learned quite a bit from our trials here, and it was kind of eating at me. That's all. So yeah. It's not like we don't have a long time to get to know each other.
True. We don't have to crunch it all into one day, one evening.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're stuck with each other.
Oh, pretty much. We're riding this bus till the wheels fall off.
If I do happen to kick the bucket, however, I'd like to be burned and let my ashes spread across the wind so they can be free.
Okay. I mean, I can do that. Uh,
And of course, inform my family and the girl.
okay.
Sorry to bring up morbid topics, but we got.
Yeah, man, way to kill the room.
I mean, since we're on morbid topics,
Oh, okay. We can keep going.
Go darker? All right, go darker.
I don't know exactly what all of this means, but in the temple, I know reviving Oriana did not work. I saw Cord there, and he agreed to help. It was our conversation as to what gave us a second chance at that. So we are being watched by more than just who we know.
That explains the lightning.
Mm.
I mean, I'm assuming that explains the lightning.
I mean,
and
Lord
the
of
reforming
Storms.
of the diamonds. Yeah.
I mean, when she was resurrected, I felt it.
How'd you
Felt
mean that?
what?
It was like the pain that she felt.
Why didn't you tell me this when I asked earlier?
Well, I mean, I wasn't exactly in a sharing mood.
That's fair.
It's not like I'm exactly open with everything, but, we're taking the opportunity.
Yeah.
So this could be important later on. So at least it's on the table.
Important thing is we know now.
Fair.
And if once you figure out if there is anything else to that, you let us know in good time, yeah?
Well, I mean, I think we'll all find out together.
We may very well. So
Fair enough.
I withdraw my question. So this all took a weird turn.
It did. I just wanted to talk about how we needed to trust each other more and rely on each other more.
But
Yeah,
don't you feel a little bit more closer now that all this awkwardness, like now it's like, oh, I kind of.
I feel something after knowing what everyone's funeral arrangements are going to be.
Still a bit awkward, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should probably figure out if there's anything else we need to do around here, or if we're going to need to go ahead and catch that ride.
I mean, I don't think there's really anything we need to do here.
Then we really need to see if we missed catching that ride with this long, awkward conversation.
I mean, it definitely wasn't a bad idea to have this.
No.
Oh, not at all. It just, man, this took a turn.
I feel closer.
Okay. Well, now that we have all bonded over how we will be treated when we die.
Maybe next time we bond over, a bottle of alcohol.
And what everybody's favorite food is. Maybe.
Yeah, I was going to say, bond over favorite foods or fun stories of childhood pets or something. Happier, more light-hearted stories.
Right, yeah. Awesome.
Sometimes we're not afforded that luxury.
Oh, that's very true. But it's nice to take advantage of it when we can.
All right. Well, now that the air has been cleared quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
You guys heading back to the Elder?
Yes, please. And hope we didn't miss our
Gather
Uber.
all our stuff.
All right, Perry, I forgot to tell you your negative to your Dex and Con are no longer there.
Woo!
Yay!
Yay!
Waves are healed.
All right, so you guys head back to the Elder, and
Yes.
she greets you, and she says, "Yes, Eden is ready." So,
Oh, good.
and she motions her hand, and one of the figures that is often you've seen in the room, either praying or in meditation, steps forward. You see a human gentleman, dark-skinned, bald, seems to have these sort of like streaks and waves of tattoos coming from like the top of his head down the back of his neck. He looks at you and he says, "So you all are ready to head to the city? I got a couple of errands to run there, and I can take you with me."
Yeah, we definitely appreciate the lift.
Right.
Yeah, we
Okay, well, if you'll follow me, we can head right there. He,
All right.
all right.
takes you
Sorry,
sort
come
of,
again?
follow
you
me.
Head right there.
No, head's right there. Like,
I'm not questioning
I thought
it,
this was a
just-
couple of days journey.
Well, you can take the week by foot. It would probably take you to get there. That's your choice through the jungles.
Oh no, that if you've got a faster way, absolutely. And
I'm not.
it.
No, sorry. I don't mean to be rude. I'm surprised. I didn't know such magic existed.
Well, now you do, and I'll show you how it works. It's a bit quick, so come on. And he takes you outside and to the side of that gigantic tree that the elder's hut is sort of built into. And he just goes, "Okay, only got a few seconds while this happens. So when I do what I need to do, you just run on through and I'll come in right behind you."
Sinric?
You hold on
Okay.
a minute before you cast this.
Why?
I'm gonna grab Campion and like hold him.
I was going to suggest the same thing.
He gets
That's-
very
That's
inquisitive.
smart. That's smart.
Try to make sure he goes fast.
I mean, if
You
he
can't
gets,
stop camping.
I mean, if half of you get stuck on this side and half of you get stuck on the other,
That's what we're
that
trying
could be
to
a very
avoid.
interesting conundrum.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's exactly what we
For the
want to
few
avoid
seconds that
happening.
you'd live, and then it'd be pretty uncomfortable. So, we ready to go?
Yes,
Yes.
please.
All right. You see this figure sort of hold up his staff and cast a spell, and you watch as inside the tree the bark parts and opens up, and there's on the other side jungle that you can see, but seems to be somewhere else. And he says, "Come on, come on, come on, let's go."
I run through.
I dart through.
Zoom.
Run through.
All right.
Someone tell Greybone to heal.
Yeah. So you all
Dangle
run
treats.
through
Yep.
and make it through to the other side. And as you do, just do this.
Why do I feel like there's a map coming up?
There's no map.
Music.
Yeah. Dig it.
All right. So, as you come through to the other side, as you step through the tree, you are greeted by the sight of jungle all around you. The druid comes from behind you, and then you see him wave you forward to follow him. And as you continue, you walk for about 5 minutes before you step forward, and the entire sight before you changes to a giant white stone wall with a large gate, as if you stepped through, similar to what happened when you stepped into the Grove of Life. You see this large gate, and you watch as the druid walks over to a guard, speaking with them for a moment, before beckoning you forward as the gates begin to open.
I'll walk behind.
Yeah, I'm following.
all right.
I'll
first.
follow.
So as you step inside, the druid sort of stands there with you for a moment as you're in this massive city. You can't see all of it because there's just walkways and pathways and people moving about. But you can tell that this is quite a large city, as you can see that the walls that sort of gate in this area go for miles. Like you lose sight of how far they go because of the jungle around them and sort of where this is built inside. And he just says, "Well, this is Zuma. This district here is a searing district. I got you here. I have business, so I gotta get that done because I'd like to get back home by the end of the day. But it's great to meet you all. Congrats on your trials and stuff. I wish you real good luck, and I'll see you later.
Thanks so much
Thank
for
you.
getting us here so fast. That was
Yeah.
Thank you.
This is greatly appreciated.
such a time saver.
Of course. Good luck, and have fun exploring. And
Thank
you
you.
watch as he sort of walks off in a direction to the front of you, and then you see him veer left down a street.
Parrot, can you make trees portals?
Not as of yet. However, it is a thing that I have seen done like twice. I don't know how it works.
That is amazing.
That is really cool.
I'm assuming by some kind of universal root system.
This is why you were picked up and
It's
carried
a
to-
magic portal through a tree, Campion. Not everything needs to be scienced out.
Druids are really cool, you know?
Mhm.
And as you're standing here, you can see that just around you, the people that are walking by are. You see a lot of people that look ready in battle gear almost. Very heavily, either heavily armored, heavily decked out with weapons or other types of gear. And those that are not are wearing robes, brightly colored in yellows, oranges, and reds. And even those the soldiers and the warriors and the guards that you see are also wearing those colors, whether it be in the armor, filigreed or accented, or on the cloaks they wear, or on the clothes that go under their armor, but very much in this, in the colors of flames.
Neat.
But you are left to your devices. You are in Zuma.
Should we inform Aaron that we're here, or?
I thought we had to seek some
Yeah.
crystals before.
We do.
Oh, I thought she wanted to meet us before. That was after.
After.
After we get okay.
I
I know she wanted to meet us at some point.
Right, I think she wants us to meet up once we have what we owe her.
Okay.
Right.
It's been it feels like months, but maybe not.
It has not been months.
No, but it
Maybe
feels
8
like a
months.
longer time. We just need to find the grove where the spirit crystals are. I mean, we may want to talk to her to find out more about exactly where we need to be,
She's
and if there's anything.
southeast of Zuma, I believe.
Okay. So
That's what my notes say.
maybe get a lay of the land.
Yeah.
Right. Let's sort of settle in a little bit. Question. This giant white city, does it look sort of maybe kind of like what I saw in my spirit walk?
What did you see in your spirit?
The expansive city of white and gold?
It does not, no.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Those were white walls, but now that you've come inside of this area, you notice that like I said, the coloring around here at least
Okay.
is very much like yellows, oranges, reds.
Okay. Zuma is not.
And as you guys kind of look around to this area, kind of trying to find your bearings to figure out where you need to go next, that is where we're going to take our break for the evening.
Woo!
So, everyone, thank you so much for the raid. I know it took us
That was
a
awesome.
while to say thank you, and for the gifted subs.
Yeah.
We don't like
That
to
was
put
that's
in the
amazing.
middle of our game, but we appreciate you all, and we've actually unlocked another emote for tier 1. I just got to figure out what that's going to be.
Cool.
So
Wow.
that's cool.
A giant hammer.
Yeah.
Yes.
But yeah, just stick with us. We won't be long. Just going to use the restroom, grab a drink for those of us who need it, and we should be back very shortly. So please don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone. We are back and ready to get back in it. So, you are all standing in the middle of the street as you've just stepped into this massive city. What would you like to do?
Well, I think our best bet is to probably find the nearest tavern/inn/bar/grill.
Yeah, a place to stay would probably be a good bet.
Mm-hmm. Well, because, they're
Home
used
base.
to, hey, how do I find X?
Yeah.
Okay. You head down a few of the streets, and you see all manner of people, like moving carts, like I said, like warriors, soldiers, guards. You see children in the streets. You see people just going from place to place. You see some carts like set up to sell foods and jewelries and things like that, like smaller, like homemade ones. You see like various buildings all over the place, some larger than others. And as you like walk through, I assume you just ask some people that you pass by, or someone who looks like a guard of the city, where a good tavern would be to go, and you get pointed to one. And as you step up to this building, you see it's a wooden 2-story building with a heather thatched roof and a row of flowers that go around the building. As you kind of step inside, and on the signage it says Golden Cook. And as you step inside, you look in and you see several battered shields hang along the walls. And there's a small wood oven and a fire pit that's you see someone manning, cooking food in the middle of the tavern.
Awesome.
You see at the bar is a large gray-skinned man, tattoos across his shoulders, with just like sort of a sleeveless, sort of like tank top-esque clothing, with just a few buttons in the front. As he's like serving people. He has black hair, moderate length. You see him actually on top of that hair, a top hat. And he has sort of like with that vest that still shows he still seems to have like, it seems like almost like a vest you would wear over top of a like nice dress shirt. There's just no dress shirt.
Oh, nice.
So he's just
And
wearing
you
a-
see like dress pants, like you see like as you sort of step up, he's also wearing like these dress pants. And it looks like he has like along his belt just empty pouches, or pouches that may have some stuff filled, but you do see some of them like have nothing in them. But he sports those along his belt as he's moving along the bar, tending to various clientele.
Cool. I would like to approach this very dapper gentleman.
Okay. So you step over to the bar, and after a moment, he notices you, and he comes over and he says, "Hello, how can I help you?"
Well, we're actually new in town, and we were looking for a place to stay, maybe some information. Hopefully we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone right here now.
Well, you can definitely find a place to stay here. Yeah, I have enough rooms for the group of you. I assume you're a group.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Information, it depends on what you're looking for.
Just sort of general sort of locations for things, where one could do some good shopping. If there happened to be some sort of mass amount of spirit crystals nearby, you know, things like that.
Spirit crystals. Those are pretty rare. I mean, I'm sure there are pretty officious people in the city that might have some, but they're not just, given around willy-nilly to anyone. As for shopping, there's shopping across all the districts. You are really new. Do you know where you are?
Is this not Zuma?
No.
Oh, that.
We're in
You've gotten that far.
Searing
Good
job.
district.
You are in the Searing district. Do you know any of the other districts of the city?
We've not.
No, we're
No.
very, very new in town.
Like just walked
Literally
in.
within seconds new in town.
Well, can I get you a drink? Because this might take a moment.
Please.
Yes,
Yeah,
please.
we can go for a round.
All right.
Have wine.
Yes, we do, actually. I can get you a glass of wine. The rest of you?
I'll also take a glass of wine, please.
All right.
I'll have what the big man's having.
Do you
Something
have
hard.
perhaps milk?
Yep.
I'll take that.
Get you a glass of milk.
Can't
And
be a
for
whipped
you,
milk.
Yeah, he would.
for you,
I'll just have an ale, I think.
so that'll put you all at about, say, 1 gold?
I'll put a gold on the. Yeah, I'll put 2 gold on the counter.
Thank you kindly. And he takes the money and gets all of your drinks ready and places them in front of you. He says, okay, you're in the Searing district. Generally, I wouldn't say this is the main foot traffic of Zuma, but it's where we have the majority of our military guard. If you head a little bit east, you'll see the barracks and the training grounds. That's where a lot of our soldiers and warriors in the city train. And it's a place where people learn to defend us and our culture. The prison is also in this district, which is why it's so heavily guarded and why there are so many soldiers around. That's the Alabaster Bastille. That's this district. You'll still find some shops around. It depends on what you're looking for. And a few temples, of course. But that's this district. Then you've got the Aquine district. There you'll find that it is where our aqueducts flow. It's next to the lake that we're built upon. It's got a lot of ponds, parks, fountains, that kind of stuff. It's also got a large residential area. It's where a lot of people live, and there's quite a few commercial areas as well for shopping there. You'll see a lot of things depicting creatures of aquatic nature and magics of aquatic nature. A lot of flowing architecture. But yeah, that's that district. Then you got the Zephyr district. That's right at the base of the mountain that we're situated upon. It's fairly open. A lot of the currents off the mountain and the lake flow through the various courtyards. You often smell a lot of the foliage of the jungle through there. It's quite nice. And that is where you'll see these large metallic rods that point up to the sky. It's how we get a lot of our power here in the city. You'll also find shopping there as well. It just depends on what you're looking for. Again, temples and other things. Then you've got the Obsidian District. That's built inside the mountain. Well, inside and outside. It's a smaller district. Contains our mining efforts. A lot of stuff's constructed within the mountainside or inside. You'll see, if you get closer, vents coming out of the mountain that release the smoke from the mining efforts in the various buildings there. Again, more. I mean, there's lots of shopping everywhere. There's a pretty big city, so it depends on what you're looking for. That's also where the fighting arena is, where they often have tournaments and matches. It's got another couple of temples there. What am I missing? Searing District. I gave you what? Aquine, Obsidian, Zephyr. Oh, the final one, of course, the Prime District. That's basically where the Supreme Magistrate is housed. In the Mind's Eye Palace. She basically oversees Azalian culture and the Azalian people. There are a lot of guard there. I don't want to do anything crazy in that district. But it's also home to the Echoes of Time Library, the Mage Academy, and Kaisden's Court.
So that would almost be like the heart of the city.
It is. It's right in the center. Yeah, it is the heart of the city. So that's what you got. Again, shopping can really be done anywhere. It just depends on what you're looking for and what you want.
If someone wanted to procure
herbs can be found in this district at the alchemy shop, probably.
Okay. Do you have Arcanotech here, or is that a no?
Not so much. We get the occasional traveler that brings it through here, but we're kind of built on what you'd consider
the
ley lines of the realm.
Oh. Okay.
Magic heavily flows through here, not so much technology. Yeah, spirit crystals. I mean, people have them, but the people who have them you're looking at the Supreme Magistrate's Court, maybe some of the high professors of the academies, some of the high geomancers of the city, some of the summoners, maybe.
Just right.
Really depends on who you're looking at. No, there's not a place where you can just pick them like flowers.
Right. Dumb tourist question.
And if there were, it'd probably be heavily guarded.
I imagine it would.
Are there any laws that outsiders should be aware of? Maybe gods that aren't openly worshipped, things like that?
Nope. I don't know why they're... Gods are fine. There are a bunch of them. They all do different things. There are temples to the majority of them around here. Depends on what you're looking for. Things not to do, I mean, generally don't do things you probably wouldn't do other places. Don't think we have any specific out there laws that other places allow or disallow that we allow or disallow. I don't think. So, I mean, if you have a specific inquiry about something, you can ask. If you're planning to do something that you weren't sure of, no, but off the top of my head, I can't think of anything.
No. I just
obviously
meant,
don't murder people, don't steal from people,
yes.
Don't hurt people, that kind of thing. But
I just meant something more along the lines of, or if you see X person, you need to bow, or they will cut off your head, or something like that.
Generally, like if you're going to be meeting with the Supreme Magistrate, you're probably going to want to show some etiquette, but you'd be hard pressed to get a with her unless you have a real special reason or something.
Understandable.
I mean, don't flip off the guards for no reason.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know if they'd put you in jail for it, but they probably wouldn't look kindly on you for it.
Mm.
I
Oh no, go ahead, please. You have actual things to ask.
I was wondering if you could point me toward the Arches of Erebor.
Arches of Fear. Don't really know that one.
Okay.
Sorry, never heard of it. It's not here in the city. If it
Okay.
is something, I don't know it, but apologies.
No problem. I was just supposed to look for it while I was around here.
Well, there are
Thank you,
plenty
though.
of other knowledgeable people around the area. I'm giving you what I know.
Yeah,
And we
I
appreciate
understand. Thank
every
you very
bit of it.
much.
I wouldn't say
Also-
not to ask somewhere else. You might want to, like I said, there's the Mage Academy, there's the library, there's plenty of temples. Maybe someone could help you there if there's a specific, or maybe it's a shop that I just haven't been to.
No, it's not a shop. But thank you very much
Okay.
for the attempt to help me, at least.
But
I
you,
do appreciate it.
Yeah. Speaking of shopping, though, a couple of things. As far as what we're looking for, I think mostly it would be, I don't know, things of a more magical nature. Also, I'm going to point at Oriana. This one has been hankering for a violin ever since hers got reduced to ash somehow. So maybe a musical shop.
Oh, you could probably find a good music shop in the Aquine district. It's not my specialty, but that's where a lot of the culture of that nature, performance and that kind of thing happens. So not to say that there aren't shops elsewhere, but if you're looking for something really specific, you could probably find something good quality there. I don't know a specific shop to send you to, so you might have to just ask around once you're there. But that's a possibility. Magical, I mean, everything deals with magic here in the heart of magic. So
Wonderful.
What kind of magic are you looking for?
I think we might be looking for things like potions and just like general items that may
Well,
kind of
your
help
friend
out.
was just asking for herbs. There's the Lover's Cure, which is about 5 blocks away. Head down the street here, make a left and another right, and you should be able to see it.
Okay.
would you happen to know if there's a temple to Avandra in the city?
I believe so.
Oh.
Just see here. There might not be. I thought I did. Actually, there is not a temple.
He lied.
Sorry. No, he says no. No temple to Avandra
Okay.
here.
Okay. Is there a temple to the Raven Queen here?
No.
Okay. All right.
There's a lot of other temples, but those two specifically, not so much here.
And my good sir, what was your name? Sorry.
I haven't.
Oh, right.
Haven't known.
I am Aldous. Aldous Wentworth. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. You're in the Golden Cook. If you're looking for a place to stay, some good food, you're welcome to come here anytime.
Okay. Well, I think we definitely want to put our heads down somewhere soft for a bit.
Well, it's still pretty early in the day, but you're welcome to get a room here. I guess if you've been traveling all night, you're probably tired if you want to sleep through the day, but But I don't say no to people taking rooms. Just I guess, if you're looking for them, I can get them for you. What do you want? Single rooms, double rooms, triples?
You want usual or 3 or what we?
Up, I think.
I mean, Oriana and I can share a room. That's no big deal.
So 3 double rooms?
Should work just fine.
All right. That will net you 9 silver.
All right.
I don't have any silver pieces, so I'll leave that to you guys.
I do.
Good.
I was just gonna actually just give him a gold.
Okay.
That's why I was giving gold
You
pieces
hand
out.
him, you hand him a gold, and he passes over 3 of these
I'm gonna look at my
3 of
money.
these tiles. That you
Oh,
see
nice.
That have like a runic symbol on them.
Oh, neat.
Your room
Super cool.
keys. Your the last 3 doors on the left-hand side, down the hall.
Quinn, should I keep this or do you? Probably better with you.
Baldeem says, I am not responsible.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there anything else I can do for you?
Hey, he's aware of his weaknesses.
That's fine.
One quick question. Is there a temple to Coralon here?
No. Not in the city. I know of.
Okay,
But I could be wrong. I mean, I'm not the most religious of individuals.
Right, I understand.
I mean, I know most of the city, but I don't venture into a lot of temples. So it's possible there could be one that I don't know about, but I've been here a while.
Okay, thank you.
The library you mentioned, is that open to the public, or is there some sort of card?
The Echoes of Time. To get in, you need to give something. Generally, knowledge or something that they don't really have.
Huh. Interesting. Well, we'll consider that because I do kind of want to
Kind of like, take a copper, leave a copper kind of thing.
I like that. I like the idea behind that. It's an interesting way of
You
gathering
want to gain
knowledge.
access to the vast knowledge of that library, you bring some knowledge that maybe they don't have.
That is a very interesting concept.
Great. Well, I'll leave you to your drinks and figuring out what you want to do here since you're so new. Call me over anytime.
Thank you so much for all your help. It's delightful.
Thank you.
Elvis.
All right. Cool.
So, I actually would like to see if we could get to the library because.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going there.
I'll
Well,
walk over to Perry and kind of like look at her forehead.
Like as a group, we're going there like together.
I mean, I was told to seek out something specific that is not in the city, and I would like to find out more information about it if I can.
I would like to actually get herbs first, so
Well, no, we're not saying anything in any particular order. We can, do
Just-
what's closest.
Generally,
Well, no,
things-
I could just say I can just go by myself.
I'm gonna wave my arms in front of Peregrine's forehead.
What?
I'm looking for your horns. You sound like me. I
Oh,
want to go to the library.
oh. I mean, it's not like I've been opposed to research and things before. It's just not. I didn't have anything to research.
That's
I'm
me.
just trying to be funnier.
Quinn,
I
can you just
see.
make a history check for me?
Ooh,
Yeah.
history.
History, you say? I'm actually not garbage at that. 22.
Nice.
As you think about asking about the spirit crystals, you remember Erin saying, if you ever tell anyone where this is, she will kill you.
I remember
And
that
literally no one knows where it is. You kind of have to find it on your own.
now. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And
Oh.
if you ever give that location away, she will do worse to you than what Thara's doing.
Out of
I'm sure
character,
she will.
Real quick, did she
So
say that we
be careful about asking people.
Yeah.
About
No, I didn't write that part
spirit.
down.
I did.
Yeah,
Out of
I was
character,
like,
real quick. I
You
think
shouldn't
I
have had to write
remembered.
that part down.
She said only take the amount she need, right? Like
Yeah,
don't-
that I
No
got.
more, no
yeah.
less.
Okay, cool.
yeah, no more or less.
Oh.
Yeah, I was like,
I mean,
this is like,
Campion doesn't remember that because
Campion doesn't know that, but no, I just wanted to say that. Like, I
But
wanted
yes,
to, out of character.
you remember that now, and you're thankful that this person didn't inquire any more questions or just thought you were strange.
I was like, this is a gray area because we technically, she said nothing about the items we want, but like the place. I was like, I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
Also, just
Point-
from your knowledge and understanding of the world, like even as children, like you know what spirit crystals are.
Yeah.
They're extremely, extremely rare.
Mm-hmm.
Very hard to find. Only very specific high society important people ever have them, or high mages. And this is why places like Dash and Agraria created synthesized spirit crystals to power their technology because of how difficult it is to actually create them. And so they've created this like fake version of them that still does what it needs to do. It's just not quite the same. It doesn't give the same potency.
Right.
It's the store brand.
Real.
It's Kirkland.
It's cubic zirconia.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no.
So generally someone going around and asking about a lot of spirit crystals,
Do you have spirit crystals?
if you do that in enough places, you
Hey,
might
buddy.
people might start
Guys,
taking
spirit
notice of
crystals.
you.
Yeah.
So just an FYI.
Yeah, which
You
I
got that good
appreciate.
history check.
Yeah.
You remember that.
Oops.
Yeah, that's in my notes. Tell no one
Yeah.
because Aaron will kill us.
Got it.
Excuse me.
Actually, though, Oriana, I would appreciate some help, like researching when we get to the library. Honestly, because I'm not great at it. Yeah. Melora
that-
said I should look for something specific towards Zuma. So I don't know if it's here, but it's
I imagine
near
it's
here,
probably
I
close
think.
by. Well,
Oh, and
We can
Quinn,
figure-
what you know is you were asked to travel southeast.
yes.
You're welcome to ask information about what's to the southeast, but you're
But not
like,
naming names or asking for what's exactly there. Yeah.
well, I mean, that you can try to figure out what's in that direction, but she basically Aaron said no one really very few people know about this thing, and it needs to be kept that way. So probably you're not going to be able to just go around asking people for directions.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can ask.
This is
about
another
that
reason
area.
actually why library is on the itinerary is,
Keep it hush hush.
yeah. The smartest of people around might know where we're going.
Cool.
All right, cool. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
So that fighting pits and Rick.
That's something to maybe hit while we're
I
here
mean-
if we want.
It would be fun, but what exactly would be the point?
Avoid going to a library.
Kicking
You
ass
have
for
a
fun and
point.
profit.
Definitely have a point. It's
I mean,
not like I have much knowledge to offer a library, and I'm not exactly seeking great knowledge.
I feel the same way.
Fight hidden pits. That sounds wrong.
I need to find somewhere where I can get a good teapot.
No.
No!
Get a magical teapot while we're here.
I'm not drinking the tea.
You will. I don't think you understand. Her personality
you
is basically
averse
her own
to tea?
force nature.
He makes it poorly and thinks it's grainy. I think that he's not straining his herbs out and stuff.
Consume the herbs in another way.
I think that's just more difficult on yourself, though, Champion. Sometimes the best way to eat a steak is just to eat the steak.
Yeah, I have the knowledge.
noble time, okay?
Campion, someday you're going to learn.
Did you read the book? I read the book.
No, I don't frequent reading books though either.
The knowledge.
Well, here's a fun fact. I was raised to use herbs. I've been using things like that since I was, I don't know, knee-high to a grasshopper.
Not
So
everyone grows in a forest.
it's not about the forest. It's about the fact that... Never mind. Anyway, I'm going to get a nice teapot and some cups and something to strain the leaves and herbs. And you will try tea done properly, and it will not be grainy. I don't know how you get grainy tea.
It's like watery sand.
I don't think you're drinking tea right.
I don't think you're drinking tea in general. It sounds like you're
I think
drinking.
you're just drinking sand.
You're drinking dirt mixed with. You're drinking mud.
Did you make sure to wash the herbs before you put some in the tea? Because maybe you just had a bunch of dirt in the tea.
How exactly do you make your tea?
Yeah, I just out of curiosity.
Yeah, walk us through it step by step, please. Spare no detail.
I don't make tea, okay?
Who made your tea?
You're not just chewing on the leaves, are you?
I don't know. My grandmother made herbal tea for us all the time, and it was never grainy.
I don't think I've ever had grainy tea that had a texture of sand.
Maybe you're more of like you like it with lemon, with ice in it. Is that how you like your tea?
Maybe sweetened a little
Sometimes
bit.
that's how I like my tea sometimes.
Yes! Sweet tea!
I would hold that back so long.
I'm so glad you didn't! If you hadn't, I would have been so mad! Yay! Baldeem drinks sweet tea!
I love sweet
Of course he
tea.
does. He's basically young Morgan Freeman.
Whenever I go to the south of the States, it's like I just stop in at every McDonald's and I'm like, give me that huge fucking jug of sweet tea.
For $1.
Yeah, $1, and I just go nuts, and I'm like, I'm gonna be on a sugar high, but I love this.
And America pays you to take their sweet tea.
But the
You
camp.
know, if you don't like Paris way, maybe I can put some.
Why would you drink cold tea? Oh, I'm not. I'm done with the tea talk now.
He goes off to Oriana. Is like,
I'm going to need 125 gold now. So, yes.
We can all go to this shop here and get your herbs. That way, if there's anything else that the rest of us might need, we can all get it as well. Plus, you never know. You might actually, want company.
I'm so afraid I'll make him drink tea like I can just manifest it into my hands.
I cast Summon Tea Party.
He's just like, I don't know what type of magical druid things you could do. You could probably shoot tea out of your fingers. I'm not.
Oh my god!
Instead of poison spray, it's tea spray.
it's just tea.
Yes!
I mean, I could just.
I cast Summon Lesser Oolong.
Okay.
I can do. I don't know about Peregrine's magic, but I can do this, and I'm going to use prestidigitation right underneath his nose to make it smell like tea.
What kind of tea?
Be specific. There's a lot.
There's a lot
Oh,
of tea.
tea.
Yeah.
Literally every tea smells.
Green tea. Green tea.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
Let's go classic.
I hate green tea so
Green
I
tea is
don't like tea.
It's
bitter.
fine, but yeah, you smell the
Good for you.
matcha of the green tea.
I would have gone for a nice Earl Grey.
starts just like pinching his.
Oh God. Okay, I'm gonna go.
And he starts leaving with Grandma.
Come on.
Hi.
Let's get out of this.
You guys
Yeah.
staying with him?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
Follow that
gonna
man.
go with
Okay,
him.
you guys finish your drinks.
He doesn't need to be unsupervised.
Begin heading out and following Campion as you are walking towards the Lover's Cure.
Mm-hmm.
Cure.
What's everyone's passives?
15.
Garbage.
It doesn't matter
22.
for me.
You have to
Yeah.
say your garbage because I'm about to
14.
say mine.
14.
Mine got worse. 9.
Okay.
You're worse than me out of 10.
Yeah, I know. Move things
more
around. Add a
oblivious.
couple wisdom.
Vindication.
You've been walking the area and you're getting to you're following the directions that this Goliath man gave you from the bar. And Campion and Perry, you pass by a few like clumps of children playing. And at first it didn't register to you because it's just you were overwhelmed by everything. But as you continue heading towards the shop and you figure you're almost there, you pass by another set of children, and the both of you kind of take notice of the song that they're singing as they hopscotch. And what you hear: 1, 2, evil's coming for you. 3, 4, you better stay indoors. 5, 6, watch the blood drip. 7, 8, now it's too late. 9, 10, the world is gonna end. And they're playing as the kids are singing it, as you watch them hop across.
1, 2, it was going to 3, 4, you better stay indoors.
Indoors, yeah. 5, 6.
Watch the blood drip.
And
Seven,
they seem to be
8.
having a grand old time as they're just playing with one another.
Okay.
Either skipping or hopscotching.
Okay, so 5, 6, watch the blood drip. 7, 8, now it's too late. 9, 10, what? Now the world ends.
The world is gonna end.
The world is going to
What
end.
the
Yeah, man. These are just like, these look like normal kids, right?
Yeah, they're just playing there. They seem to be
normal kids, normal playing. But
Okay.
to the creepiest of tunes.
Yeah, that's some
Okay.
shining shit.
I mean, are they singing it in a creepy manner? I mean,
Okay.
If they're not, then I have questions.
Okay, I am going to stop by one of these clumps of kids. Hi.
Hi?
I've never heard that rhyme before.
What rhyme?
The song you were singing.
Oh, the nursery rhyme?
Yeah.
I mean, everyone's heard it. Also, you're weird and a stranger, and I'm not supposed to talk to you.
Talk to strangers. Stranger danger.
Yeah.
Again, why are we stopping to talk to kids?
They were
Children were...
singing an odd tune, and I was curious about it.
I mean, it's not all that odd.
Oh no.
Oriana's gonna start playing some like nursery rhyme style
No,
songs
no.
on her flute.
No,
Like
no, no.
That's not what we were singing. Stop it. No. It's like, and you see she like kind of looks to her friends and she like waves them over, and then you see them look across the way and you see adults like standing over there as you guys are like talking to these kids, and they're kind of like giving you a look, but
Yeah.
but they're not doing anything. And then the kids are like, these people don't know the nursery rhyme, so can we just like, yeah, okay. And then all of them say, 1, 2, buckle my shoe.
Oh my
3,
God.
4, knock
Nice.
at the
Yeah,
door. 5, 6,
you.
pick
Thank you very
up
much.
sticks.
Yep. Okay. All right. So
Again, this is similar to a song that this song.
no. I'll explain in a minute. Thank you. And I just like start like quick pace walking away.
Sorry to bother you all.
That's okay, weird adult people, strangers.
Oh, we are
Big-
quite strange,
Yeah.
yes.
Be good.
We
Stay
apologize
cool
for our strangeness.
if
Okay,
you want
anyway,
to.
and I just start
You
trying
have
to
a
lead the
beautiful
group away.
singing voice, by the way.
Melody.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Campion starts
I'll start walking
suction.
off.
Campion starts
Go back to
suction
playing.
cupping his ears, and he's like, oh, what's going on?
Okay. Now,
Why don't we just?
this is what I heard, and it was not what that little girl just said.
It was like bloody wolves, and the world was gonna end.
They were singing 1, 2, evil's coming for you. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
I mean, we know we're being
It's
watched.
the person again.
I would like to actively look about and see if I see that harbinger somewhere
Individual.
around.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
I will
Mother frick.
also make one.
22.
Oh, that was an 18.
You look around, there's a lot of people.
Good.
Try to peer through to see if anyone is watching you that you don't. The only people that you kind of get weird looks from are the adults that were watching you
yeah,
as you were
'cause, yeah,
talking to their children.
Talking to small children. I understand.
But otherwise, you don't see anything.
Okay.
And you're saying the kids will sing this song?
I don't think the kids were actually singing the song,
But you were led
but
to
that's what I
believe.
heard.
Right.
It was clearly coming from their mouths.
I think this is just similar to when I saw that entity
Well,
in the mountains.
if that's the case, then everybody head on a fucking swivel, because the last time that they decided it was a good time to mess with us, immediately after that, some folk we were talking to turned into bloody great monsters, and we had to lay them low.
Okay, all I'm saying is those kids definitely look like they were singing something very different than what they said they were singing. And I am not saying that small children are telling lies to us.
I'm going to say something here, and I want you to understand. I understand the gravity. I understand what you heard, and I believe you heard it, and I believe it was said. When we were last attacked, after hearing the voice and seeing him on the ground, we were isolated and alone. Whatever he is, he only seems... Well, we don't even know if it's a he or a she, for that matter.
Not really the point, but
That's really the point, but they only seem to come after us when we are isolated. Out in the middle of the desert, near the star. Deep underground, where only those... I'm not even 100% sure I know what those elvish-looking people were, but... Because they didn't look like elves. Not elves I know, at least, but...
I understand. I see what you're saying.
There's still obviously a danger. I'm not trying to
Right.
discredit the danger. Just... I get the feeling he's fucking with us.
right.
They're fucking with us.
They want
Just to fuck
us,
with us.
not everyone else. But I will say, it's not. We don't know this person well or at all, so we're not sure if they might escalate things to get our attention further. Might
Right.
be more
I'm-
drastic steps.
I'm not advocating for panic or anything.
No.
I will
vigilance.
say this. I will not assume that that they have only attacked us this in a certain way and will continue to do so. I do not dare attempt to judge the motivations or plots of this individual.
I'm just saying,
Right. It seems like
this city is very well guarded and defended,
Correct.
especially around here. It would seem,
disadvantage to.
unless they have some way of actually taking over the entire city, at which point I think our problems are much more severe than children singing.
Okay, I don't know what you think is happening here, but I'm just saying we need to be mindful and watchful.
I am agreeing with you. I'm just saying that
The way you're agreeing is you're basically saying, "Oh, sure, I agree," but at the same time, you're entirely wrong. I'm not discounting anything that was heard, and all I'm saying, I'm agreeing with her and saying, "Yeah, this person is fucking with us. Just be vigilant," and then leave it at that.
I'm saying we should be vigilant. I'm not saying we shouldn't be.
All right, good then.
I'm just saying the more we let it get to us, the more we let them accomplish.
I think you're reading way too much into what I'm saying and doing, and that's fine, but I'm not about to pretend like I'm above being afraid.
I'm not saying...
All I'm saying is it's odd that little children are singing a rhyme about the world ending, then claiming they are not.
Mm-hmm.
And I did definitely see those words coming out of that child's mouth. And that I would like to be mindful. That's all I'm saying. He isn't getting to me.
We have a tendency to overreact to certain stimuli. That is all I'm saying. Suddenly developing paranoia in the place that we are, I hesitate to say, but in a place where we've probably the safest we've been since Zarithma.
Paranoia.
I just want to point out an elephant in the room at this point. We were fine on our own in the mine. It wasn't until we encountered other people that they were twisted and warped. We're in a city full of people.
Right.
It's not paranoia, but keep it in the back of your head that what would happen if maybe they twisted and turned one of those children. Imagine what it would do to the people
Not
here.
to nitpick though, but that is kind of paranoia.
No, paranoia is believing it's definitely going to happen and that everything is out to get you. It is not paranoia to be mindful that it is a possibility. Paranoia would be me looking over my shoulder every step we take. All I'm saying is that we need to be on guard a little bit and not assume that this is the safest we've ever been. Nowhere is really safe.
And just being vigilant to that fact is not going to hurt anyone or cause any sort of problems, especially now that we have hard evidence that they're trying to begin fucking with us. Phase 1 last time was odd sights and sounds and such. Phase 2 was then monster people. So, I don't see how vigilance is equated to paranoia in any sense at all, or that it is in any way something to be chastised over. But all this is beside the point.
I'm going to throw a crazy idea out here.
Please.
We know he's watching us. Mayhap we just ask why. He didn't kill us outright the last time we encountered him. Instead, he sent something upon us. Might not be opposed to at least a conversation.
Well, I think we're being tested. Just see how much we can take.
But I mean,
how far we can be pushed.
All I'm going to say is remember he commented specifically on Dobby's fears.
They did?
I recall him mentioning how
said something about his fear was delicious or something.
Yes,
his soul
was delicious.
Yeah.
Well,
they never mentioned anything about fear.
There was something about fear. I wrote it down. Something about the fear or something. I don't know.
But I don't specifically remember that, but if you have notes on it, sure.
I mean,
What,
all I'm
what
saying.
was the note? Because I don't remember saying.
Let's see if I can find it.
I'm just saying, like, that you could be right, but I don't. I remember it. It was.
He was
Fear
taunting.
flavored it or something. I don't remember. I can't find it.
That could be true. But, I mean, when you're dying and being pulled into utter darkness and despair, probably not like woo.
Don would have thrown his hands up like it's a roller coaster, like, yeah, bitches!
Anyway, all I'm saying is that I'm not being fearful, I'm being mindful. Anyway.
My guidance is apparently not wanted, so let's just move on with our day, please.
So let's continue going to the potion shop.
Yeah.
I will now be, like, kind of paying close attention, though, to, like, the sights and sounds as we go. To see if I hear that rhyme again or anything else.
To the sights and sounds. Okay. You get to a stone-walled and sprawling single-story building with a reinforced wooden door. And above the door, you see a little hanging sign that flaps sort of in the wind a little bit called the Lover's Cure.
Nice!
Camping goes inside.
Right.
We all
Inside,
goes
it's got a high vaulted ceiling.
Okay.
And a counter. You see some like vials along the walls. And at the counter, you see a human woman.
Okay.
Very tall.
Yes.
Wears a large hat to cast shadows over her face and a
Okay.
fancy formal dress. And has her
Okay.
black hair sort of up from what you can see of it. And you see her gray eyes sort of peering towards you. And beside on the counter, you see a few vials stuck in sort of like a holder that says free sample.
Hey, Sam.
Ooh,
And she just says,
Oh, you found Campion's kryptonite.
hello,
you found my kryptonite.
Wait,
yeah,
how
both
may
of
I
them.
help you?
quick question. Is there a little bell on the counter? No?
There's
I mean,
a
she
person
sees
standing
you
right
walk
in
She's
front of her.
seeing you.
It's
but
like a
question,
small...
is it-
Hi.
Is there a little bell though? Is there a little bell? No. Okay.
Is
Cool.
It's not an old tiny
These,
hotel.
Speaking as somebody who worked in a retail store that had a bell, if the person's there, that bell is underneath the shelf.
Yeah.
How
But
may
yeah,
I
no.
help you?
Camping.
You know how many kids go? "Dee, dee, 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 dee."
Like, wow.
Ball team like goes to the free samples.
He's like,
It's like free for anyone, right?
One per person. But yes.
Before I'm gonna like just sort of put a hand over where Baltimore is. Before
He's like uncorked already.
samples,
yeah, he's-
He's like,
what exactly that would we be sampling here?
Well,
Is it just sort of mystery, or do we get to know going in?
it's a mystery sample.
that sounds even better.
Yes.
Look, it fire away.
Chaos.
Oh, well, things good.
I'm sure it's something that you'll be very enjoyable.
Okay.
I'll say he drinks it.
So, question.
Are you drinking it?
Yeah.
It's just
Well,
now?
you try not
No,
to.
Okay.
fool!
Alright.
it's Baltaim, okay? This is how you do.
This is my character. I'm having fun.
This is
Let
peak
me have
Baltaim,
fun.
man. That's why Quinn was like, hold on, what is he sampling? Okay, nothing terrible.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, yeah.
There's no stopping him. Let's just ride this train.
What is Baltaim's preference?
Oh no!
Oh, no.
That's a good question.
I feel like
Well,
everything would be both.
This is the rest of the session, guys.
That's a good question. And Baltaim does not have a preference.
Okay,
Ooh,
great.
Nice.
Roll a d6 for me.
All right. D6.
Oh my god.
Oh, it's 4. Cool. So what does a 4 get him?
Sinric is the most gorgeous man you've ever seen in your life. He is your love. You want to be with him. You want to love him like you've never loved anyone.
You want to
If you could
climb
have
him
his
like a
baby,
tree.
you would.
You are absolutely enamored by him, and that's it. He's it for you.
So lucky it wasn't, or you're so lucky it wasn't Oriana. I'll say
Did
that.
you do something to your beard, Sinric?
I did. It's nice and trimmed. Thank you for noticing.
I knew there was something different about it.
Please let this go on forever.
You so the fighting pit, you know, we could leave these people here. We can go let them go to the library. Now, like, we're super interested in it. You or what do you want to do? I don't, you know, whatever.
I don't think we've decided on the fighting pit yet. I mean, let's go with the shop first.
All right.
Voltaime just is standing much closer to you than he normally
Yeah.
It's normal. Just like how it is.
staring
Now,
at
quick
you
question.
longingly.
Are all these potions different colors, or are they all like the same potion?
No, they're the same color.
Okay, got you.
So,
Okay.
what exactly was that potion?
She
Why
said it
don't
was
you try it? Find
I'm sorry. What did you say? Certain eyes are kind of like this blue color. That's
beautiful. It's so wonderful to find love at such a young age.
Candace gonna
Is
put
that
the
what
potion
that
back,
was?
man. He's gonna put it back.
She's like, oh, okay, cool, yeah, no.
I just
Fantastic.
How long does this sort of is this like a permanent thing, or is this just like
Never
right
had
now?
a customer try it right in front of me.
it's,
That was very, very fun.
You've
about
never
an
met a
hour-
man like
about
him, I
an
don't
hour
think.
it will last.
It,
So
it feels
should
like
be
it's been forever for me, but
it is. Oh, you are meant to be. There are a few very nice chapels around here.
I'm not really a marriage type of person.
That's
But
fair.
Me neither, so we're good.
Why put a label on it?
see, we're clicking already. We're
Oh,
already.
there are lovely courtyards for you to walk by and enjoy one another's presence.
Well, this is going to be an interesting afternoon. So, aside from the incredibly amorous variety of potion, would you happen to have anything a bit of the more standard fare, just providing health or other non-romantic
Right.
assistances?
Yes, I'm looking.
I have, I have a couple of greater healing potions. If you're looking for those, 2 to be specific. 300 gold a piece.
And also, I believe, Campion, you were looking for some sort of...
I'm looking for several things. First, I am looking
I'm just going to step out of his way.
for herbs to produce potions of healing.
Right. We wish to make the regular potions.
Yes, I've read the book. And I am
Of course you have, my dear. Of course.
The book.
Or a book.
Oh, no.
I've
He's
read
read the
It's
book.
the
How
A book.
much are you
Champion.
looking to purchase?
I am willing to procure 125 worth of gold of material.
I have enough for 100 worth, which should,
Okay.
if you know how to produce these well, net you 4.
Understood. Second thing, do you have a book of potions?
You said you had the book. Why would I have another
Shopkeep.
when you had the book?
I've had the book.
shopkeeper.
Yes. Kit.
Did you get rid of the book? You know this is not the way, young man.
No longer needed the book.
Oh, Then why do you need another book?
Oh,
Because who doesn't need more books?
But you had the book.
But I no longer needed the book. Now I need a new book. That is
It's
not
the book.
the book.
How it surpasses all the other books.
Quite boring.
Well, then how is another book going to be more exciting than the book? Okay, what book do you want?
oh man, it finally ended.
Did you have to end that so soon? I mean,
I could've
Oh,
gone
you've got
inside.
your own problems, my friend. As Tame's
Wait,
kind of
we
like
go-
sniffing your
We
hair.
could go to the park, or they said there was like a water aquarium. We could go there.
You'd love
Water
the
aquarium.
Aquine District.
Water aquarium.
There's
Water
a quote.
aquarium.
There's the session
lake.
title.
You could even take a boat ride on the lake. Oh, it would be so wonderful.
Where I can buy some alcohol. I know you like alcohol. I mean,
Ooh, we're getting spicy now.
Yeah, we are. You know
And
what?
you see, she just like leans on the counter and is just like watching you. I'm sorry, your book is boring.
I want to say, on our anniversary, What's the Damage? We got asked, where's the romance? Boom!
I got you, Anonymous.
yeah, there you go.
Told you
You
I'd
were
get
the
you.
anonymous question asker.
I
I'm
got
sorry,
you.
I'm sorry.
Took
If you wanted
52
a
episodes,
book,
but we got it!
Which book is it that
Yes.
you're looking for? 'Cause I may have it. I
Is
may
there like a book with like recipes for like potions other than healing potion?
In general, no. Most craft is learned,
Okay.
gained from travel and study of procured items. So,
Understood.
if you want to make something that is not normally available, like herbology with healing potions, then you would like to either purchase potions that might interest you in further making them and deconstruct them, or find something in your travels and research it. But generally, most potion making is not something that is given out to the masses. Otherwise, we wouldn't have business, now would we? If everyone knew how to make all of the potions.
Well, I feel like that's really a strong arm monopoly. I don't really think that's.
Where is the monopoly? There are like 1,000 potion makers out there.
Yeah.
We just don't give the book to everyone and their mother.
Yeah.
It's like a shoemaker. Does everyone know how to make shoes? No. Do you learn? Yeah, you can find a place to learn. There's not a book on shoemaking, though.
Couldn't do you know how to make shoes?
What the fuck is this episode?
I'm
It's like
sorry.
a trade wreck.
Was he just asking Quinn if he knew how to make shoes?
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm making sure I heard that right, because I know if I did, I thought I'd wandered into some wonderful dream. Thank the gods, it's reality. Now I'm
What
in-
the hell is this episode all of a sudden?
For horses, yes. For people, not so much.
Okay.
And you learned this horseshoe making. From who?
Mima.
From your mother. And she must have learned it from somewhere, and so
Mhm.
on and so forth. I assume she likely did not just read an entire book and figure it out.
No, it's a lot of on-the-job sort of training. So that's what
My
she's
friend,
getting
and
at.
she leans down to you, most crafts require actual apprenticeship or learning sort of on the job. So yes, there is no monopoly for potion making. I do not own the only potion shop in all of Aotania. Although I wish I did.
Honestly, if every potion shop in all the world was as magnificent as this one, I believe the world would be a much more
Thank you.
wonderful
young
place.
Man.
So, not to
And
change
as you see her
Oh.
smile,
Sinric.
Peregrine, you
Hold on.
notice a slight point to her teeth.
Oh, yes.
But you have your potion ingredients. Did you pay her the money for the
Yeah.
ingredients? Okay.
Yeah, it
She
was
takes your
100
money.
100
She says,
worth.
your friend is having a wonderful day filled with love.
And we're gonna go enjoy that boat ride.
Oh,
But
you
first-
are.
Who exactly made these samples?
Me, of course.
No offense, but I don't really like you right now.
No,
Can
no,
you please
Senric.
point us in the direction of those boats?
You know,
chance.
you never know until you try. Maybe the spark just needed to be ignited. Those
Yes.
boats, if you just head down the street this way, continue down the main thoroughfare, you'll eventually hit the Aquine district, and then it's pretty much a straight shot to the lake.
And you said these are free, one per person, right?
Of course.
I'm gonna take one and put it in my pack.
Okay.
Ooh, do it. Enjoy, my love.
See as to whether this comes back up again.
Sinric and Baltaim's hour and a half of passion.
Hey, look, I ship it.
Let's see,
Right.
that just like mystery potion.
No,
I mean, it's not a mystery anymore.
well,
It's
yeah,
not
yeah,
a mystery
mystery.
anymore.
I'll say mystery. Well, you don't really know what the name of it is, but you can say, you
Yeah.
can call it a love potion.
Yeah.
Nice.
Before we leave, I was wondering, did you happen to have tea leaves by any chance?
Oh,
Tea leaves.
Yes.
Herbs.
Yes.
I could see what kind of tea are you looking for?
I was wondering if you had any, and I'm just gonna say things that are normal things.
Well, do you want
like-
a white tea, a black tea, an oolong, a green,
I kind of would like a little bit of everything,
Rooibos.
honestly.
a little bit of everything? Well, that is a large menu, my friend.
That's a
Oh, well-
that's quite a bit of tea.
Yeah, actually, I would just like.
Are you
some-
opening your own shop? Because
It's like a lot of tea.
No.
Peregrine's tea shop.
Actually, no. Let's just narrow that down to some basics. Could I get a little bit of white tea, a little bit of green tea, a little bit of black, and a little bit of oolong, please?
okay. So, the oolong, very easy.
Mhm.
White tea. What type of white tea?
You know, the player didn't think this through as much as she thought she did.
I'm
I
like,
really
there's
should
more
have.
than
The
one
player
white
knows
tea.
who the DM is. I'm sorry, she has an encyclopedic knowledge.
I
of a lot of
am a
things.
tea aficionado. So,
Yeah, see, that's the thing, and I'm not as.
all right. She says, would you like a white tea with a more flowery blend, more fruity?
More fruity, actually. Like,
Okay, I can get you a pomegranate white tea.
pomegranate is perfect.
Now, the oolong is fairly straightforward, so that is easy. You said actually, oolong. Do you want a straight oolong? Do you want something with some coconut in it?
Just a straight oolong will be fine.
And then you said what else? Green?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of green are you looking for? Jasmine, matcha,
Jasmine.
sencha.
Jasmine, please.
Okay. You've got your jasmine, and what was the other types? So you've got your white, your oolong, your green. Herbal was the other one? I can't remember.
You wouldn't happen to have any mint tea, would you?
Of course, mint tea, easy. All right. So, how much of each of these do you want?
Just a few ounces of each, I think.
Okay.
Um,
Say 2 ounces?
yeah, 2 ounces should be plenty.
Sounds good. Okay. So, For 4 of these, that's 8 ounces. You're looking at, say, 2 silver.
Okay. I will pass her over a gold. You can actually keep the change because this situation back here is absolutely hilarious and delightful, and I'm enjoying it.
Right. Okay. You're good at steeping and boiling these leaves. You understand all of that. I mean, you seem like the knowledgeable sort, but I always like to ask.
Yes, I'm good.
Okay. So she takes, you see her turn around for a second and pull sort of this tray out from a counter behind her and put it up on the counter in front of you. And you see there are like little jars of various like leaves in them. And she scoops out some from each of them and puts them into little sachets for you.
Nice.
Just bringing them out. She has like a little scale. She weighs like 2 ounces first and then puts them in the sachet and then hands them over to you after you hand her the money. She says,
Thank you very much.
all for my lovely new guests?
Yes. Thank you.
course.
How much were those 2 potions again? You said it was like
300 each.
300. Right.
They are a larger, more potent type of healing potion. Takes a little bit more finesse and time to brew.
Right, of course. And you pay for quality work.
Of course.
Hmm.
After all, I read the book.
Yeah, of course you did.
Campion's already left. Like he doesn't even have the book.
He ran away when Perry asked for tea.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
No, that makes sense.
I mean, she's not doing it for you now. She's doing it for...
Yeah. And Quinn is
Well, if you
definitely
want
enjoying.
anything else, you come back to the Lover's Cure and you speak with me, Heather. I am happy to help you.
I absolutely will. We're going to discuss whether or not we wish to purchase those once we find the one that ran off and once the other is paying slightly less attention.
Well, he's going to have a wonderful boat ride. Oh, it'll be just fabulous.
It will be lovely.
I'm sure it's going to be just the greatest experience, and I am looking forward to watching this all play out. Thank you so much. You have been delightful.
So have you.
And
You guys head out?
Yes.
Or
Alright.
You've been working out. You've been killing some monsters. It looks like you've been.
I want to find those boat rides.
Okay, so do you start walking towards the lake with Baltaim?
I mean, I don't think I have a choice at this point.
you have a choice.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have
sure.
it following you. He's not
But
making
you
you
want,
go.
you want to see where
Yeah.
this goes, I know.
Yeah.
Okay,
He's not
so
like being
let's
You have, you have a
creepy,
choice.
yeah,
You have a
yeah.
choice, good sir.
He's not being
Make the right
creepy.
one.
He's just
I
like,
mean-
Cynric starts heading off with Baltaim towards the direction that Heather gave to them for the lake. Campion, where did you head? Did you just head outside just to like step
Yeah, he
outside?
just stood outside and he's
Okay.
just like looking this whole like.
Yeah,
like,
you watch
yeah.
as they come out, Cynric and Baltaim start walking away as Baltaim's kind of like asking all these questions,
These questions,
to Cynric
yeah.
and seems
I imagine
very
he's like
enamored
twirling
with
his
him.
hair.
Yeah. Actually, Baltaim's more twirling his own hair in his.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Um,
you know.
But yeah,
It's
you watch them
amazing.
sort of walk off as the rest of you kind of come outside the shop and kind of watch your 2 friends and their budding romance begin to flourish within the city of magic. And you try to figure out what is next for the rest of you.
Mhm.
That is where we're going to end our episode.
Date night coming, guys. Date night coming.
That was so dumb.
Yes!
We're going for a nice romantic boat ride. Y'all are going to die by mutated children.
Yeah.
It took us 52 episodes, but the romance has finally kicked in.
Very nice.
All it took was one visit to the right potion shop.
But,
We should have come
now I
Zuma
have one of
ages
those
ago.
thank you,
potions.
everyone, for joining us. Don't want to go too far over. We're already kind of over time. But you're in Zuma. And what that means and where that leads in the future, we will see. It is a very large city, and you have only scratched the surface of it. So
I'm excited.
thank you, everyone, for joining us. For those that came in from the raid and stuck with us, we thank you. We hope you have enjoyed us. We hope you come back. We appreciate every viewer we get. And again, to whoever gifted those wonderful subs, thank you. I wish you weren't anonymous, but I get it. But it would be so nice to know who it was. We thank you. The best way, if you enjoyed, the best way to help a stream grow is to spread the word and let other people know. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday, make good choices, and we hope to see you back here next week. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Bye.
Bye.